And we're live. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
No.
I have to find somebody with Disney Plus who's willing to stream it for me.
Definitely worth the watch.
We were talking. What were you guys talking about?
Hocus Pocus.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, I haven't watched the new one yet. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this special, little out of our usual time slot edition of Behold Roleplays Chimera Collective, Darkness in Darvasta. I know this throws off our usual people. Hopefully we get some people joining us tonight. If not, we do have the VODs. Are we still uploading to YouTube? Is that still a thing?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I'm still doing that.
That's good.
I'm doing it in batches because I keep forgetting that I'm the one doing it right now. And I schedule them to come out like once a day, every day until I'm caught up again.
Oh, that's good. That's wonderful.
So I think we'll be caught up on everything probably by the 14th.
Cool. All right. Well, if we have people that are watching this a little off schedule, that's fine. But those of you who are able to join us today, awesome. Happy to have you. And so let me switch up the music here real quick. Anyone who feels like getting some rare, I never dish it out, but since we've played recently and people might actually remember what happened, rare dishing out of inspiration. Would anyone like to kind of recap what happened last time for us?
I vote Gilly Tam because I'm pretty sure Sybil's gonna need inspiration. Pretty sure.
You don't have
Not
to.
a bad call.
You've been volunteered.
You
want to give it a stab?
I'm just saying the way your dice were rolling the last time, you might want to take this one.
Yeah, but the way my dice were rolling last one, the inspiration won't matter. It's all gonna be shit.
It's law of averages, right?
I mean, I can give it a try. I was actually just sitting here trying to remember what happened last time. So we started off in battle. We were fighting what we called the lump, and what we figured out was some form of cleric type creature that was flying in the air that had a bunch of duplicates around it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was summoning something from what I want to say is the Hells. It also might be the Abyss because I get the two mixed up constantly. But they were summoning something. It was going to be nasty. We had undetermined number of rounds to get it done by. But we did it.
It was revealed.
We didn't know that at the time.
Yeah, we didn't know at the time, but it was 2 rounds.
Yeah.
There was something that happened. I don't remember what happened that took her out of her concentration, but we managed to knock her down. And close out.
It wasn't the moonbeam. It was I want to say it was either.
I want to say it was Fudge, but I'm not sure if it was him.
I think it was one of the. I think it was one of the pistoleros. I think somebody popped her with the shell, and she like lost her shit.
Yeah. Either way, we took her down. We stopped the bad thing from coming through. Found a boy in the wall, hiding in the wall. But some of our party members were distracted by a book that liked to lure people in. I think 3 of us got caught in it, including the NPC that was with us. And we decided we were going to take that book with us, but at a distance, using Mage Hand to try and figure out what to do with it. We pawned the little boy off on the NCP lady and had her go to the farm while we went to our cabin that we first arrived in.
NPC.
Trying to contact.
What was her name?
Her name was NPC. Was it Anita? No.
Yeah, it's Anita.
I wrote down Anita.
It's
okay.
Anita.
I wrote down Anita. So it's Anita now. I think I thought I was getting confused with the Anita from Sonata. But, so we had Anita take the boy to the farm, and we made our way back to the cabin. We contacted the Chimera Collective. Then we took our watches. Fudge sent a bunch of random stuff through the box, including some dead animals.
Yep.
I didn't send it.
And
Muffalo
then
did.
Muffalo did.
And Muffalo couldn't reach that box without Fudge.
Well, it was just a convenience thing for Muffalo that I just happened to have it down and available.
And then as Fudge went to sleep and Crystal started her watch, we realized Sybil was gone, as was the horrible book that we hid in the corner of the room. And that's where we left off.
And if I go ahead and grant yourself inspiration, thank you very much. A rare thing that DM Kiara Phoenix like never dishes out. If I remember correctly, you guys, what you sent the Chimera Collective in terms of information was mostly about like the book that you found, like this strange book. Was there
Yes.
anything else that you guys specifically noted in the letter to them?
I know I would have wrote in at least how do we destroy it or get it to you,
Yeah,
because
we were.
this does not need to be in Darvasta at all.
I think we indicated that it needed someone who had a strong sense of will to resist it because it was doing something weird.
Okay.
And I do believe we noted that we wanted their direction on what to do with it.
Okay. And then
And we said we were going to, if we could send it through, we were like, we need someone with a strong sense of will to handle this book if it comes through. And then we sent a bunch of dead animals through afterwards. So.
Yep. I remember a squirrel. Was there? I was saying something
Okay.
else.
We attempted a raccoon.
Let's be clear. First off, Fudge sent over just a bunch of
Yeah, paper animals. You folded.
no,
I have a
just
note.
stick figures.
Oh,
It's not
sticks.
paper
Yeah,
animals,
yeah.
It was just sticks
Stick
that
animals.
kind of like
Stick
you
figure
know, just-
animals.
Yeah, just
Yeah, it was some Blair Witch shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Fudge gave Muffalo the opportunity to send whatever it wanted, and it tried to send a dead raccoon, but it was too big, and so he regurgitated a dead squirrel, which I didn't want him to do that, but he did it anyways. And so he ate the raccoon, and we shipped off the dead squirrel. So
Yep.
good luck, Chimera
mean,
Collective. Good
better
luck
a
fixing that.
dead squirrel than a live squirrel. Just saying.
That might be the next thing to try.
Might get their attention.
So
They won't
the
respond,
first
that's-
one we send is dead, and the next one we send is alive. Make them try to figure that out.
So, Sybil is missing. You guys are woken up. You haven't had a long rest just yet. You're pretty exhausted. It's been a long day. It was a very difficult, battle. You guys, pretty much healed yourselves back up, but it's just the wear and tear of the day and the horrors you witnessed. Just, the stressors still kind of take a toll on you. So, begrudgingly, you guys get up and then are shocked to find Sybil's gone. Worry, concern, fear may start coming up in you. What do you guys want to do? She doesn't appear to be inside the cabin.
Well, I mean, this is my bread and butter, tracking shit.
Mhm.
So,
That's true.
I want to do a look around the cabin really quickly, and how many places could she exit from, actually?
There's a door and there are 2 windows. One of the windows is open currently.
Was that closest to where the book was?
The book was sort of in the center of the room, spaced away from all of you, as much as you could, and you guys were all kind of surrounding it. The window is close to where Sybil was laying, though.
Gotcha.
And yes, the book is missing. You guys did take note of that.
Mhm. I'm gonna go out of the doorway and I'm gonna start looking for tracks,
Okay.
and I basically want to circle around to the outside of where that open window is.
Okay, give me a survival check.
I'd like to go with him.
Okay.
I'm not going to be helping in that regard or anything, but I will pop a detect magic.
Okay.
Good call.
And the range for detect magic again is 30 feet?
Yeah,
Correct?
it's only
Okay.
30 feet.
I'm gonna go also so I can cast guidance.
Okay, so roll a d4 along with your survival. As Kieran steps out and kind of pats you on the shoulder.
13. That's all I got.
Okay. And your resolve the detect magic first. The detect magic picks up on the box, obviously, from the Chimera Collective. You all gathered that has magical properties. You see on each of your companions that there are various forms of magical items and devices. You see an aura around the cabin of objuration magic, some sort of protective shielding magic. You want to do an Arcana check to try to determine a little more about that, or?
I as the player do, but a +0 in Arcana.
It's fair. I'm just giving you the opportunity if you wanted to try to investigate that a little more, but you do sense its objuration. And what else would be around there? That's pretty much it, I believe, inside the cabin. You're not pinging anything in the woods within 30 feet.
Okay. I'll just maintain concentration on that until otherwise stated, I guess, since I can cast it at will. It doesn't cost spell slots or anything.
Wonderful. Great spell to be able to cast at will. That's amazing. Amazing. So with a 13 survival, Sybil has pretty heavy boots, but she rolled pretty good on stealth at that point, so that would make sense for why you didn't see her leave. So I will say that you do catch some signs that at the windowsill there's like a layer of dust, and it looks like it's been pushed and disturbed, so you can tell that someone has gone out the window. And focusing in that area, you do see tracks of what appears to be what Sybil's boot size, kind of leading into the woods. So you do have a direction that she went.
Cool. I will start heading that direction.
Okay.
Me and Buffalo. Anybody else that wants to come?
Yep, I'll go with.
And what are the rest of you doing?
I would definitely go.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Crystal, do you have your weapon with you?
Yes, I was on watch. So it was my watch where we discovered this. So I woke up the group. So I definitely would have my weapon with the and I'll have the widow out, which has the drow sight.
Okay. Give me a perception check with the drow sight.
Okay. Ooh. Let's see. So that is 23.
That's very good. This was a higher DC because of the woods. A lot of things kind of blocking vision. But with a 23, Crystal, you start following Fudge out and Muffalo. And we'll come back to that in just a second. Kieran, did you say you were coming with?
I'm coming with. I was gonna cast a spell, but I changed my mind because I have access to features that will not work if I cast the spell I was gonna cast.
Okay. So you all head into the woods following Fudge for a time. And a couple of minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. 15 minutes pass. 20 minutes pass. And it's about that time that the trail is growing colder and colder. It's just gotten a little difficult. You could see that maybe she went a direction and turned back, or it's just the ground got a little bit more solid and covered, and it's harder to read. But Crystal's been kind of keeping the drow sight and checking it every now and then. And as Fudge kind of bends down to try to pick up the scent again, to try to get a new fresh read on which direction, he's trying to decide between two directions. Crystal, you catch a glimpse of an infrared signature about I'd say about 60 feet ahead of you. And it's just a glimpse. It's a flash of red that goes as between two trees. But you know that there's a figure 60 feet. And you know the direction.
Okay. Am I fairly close to Fudge at this point?
Yep. I'd say you
Okay.
guys are all together. Fudge is currently kind of on the ground trying to catch a sign of a fresh print, trying to decide which direction to go.
Okay, so if I'm close to him, I will walk up and touch his shoulder and say quite quietly, I just caught a glimpse of something up ahead through my dry sight. Just between two trees, about maybe 60 feet.
Okay. Fudge won't really. He'll just kind of nod and look in that direction. Does he? I don't have dark vision, so I don't know how dark it is out here right now.
And Crystal, you put the
And-
sight back up and you don't see anything for a little bit. But then you see the red flash again. It's like something's kind of moving, but it passed from the same tree to the same direction, which is odd. But
I saw it again. It just seems to be moving back and forth between a couple of the trees up there, kind of sideways, not going forward.
I am going to give Fudge Vigilant Blessing just in case shenanigans happen. So you have advantage on initiative until you use it.
Cool.
all right, so you guys go in that direction?
I'm gonna start going that way, but I'm gonna try to do it as stealthy as I can.
Okay.
What was that word again?
Give me a
Stealthily.
stealth roll. The whole party, give me a stealth roll if you guys are planning on stealthing as well.
Clank, clank, clank.
Or
This
once
will
I
be
don't have to sit here and do the disadvantage.
Yeah. This week group stealth.
Oh,
Looking for
seriously.
3 successes.
Doesn't matter. I'm still rolling with disadvantage because clank, clank, clank.
Oh. Better than my clank, clank, clank. With its minus
And
1.
even with my bonus.
Wow. Okay,
Well,
I rolled a
anyone
20
that was
and an 18 on my die.
Nice.
anyone that was asleep probably doesn't have their armor on at the moment.
That's fair.
That is true.
Well then,
Then
can I take the 20? I'll take the 18. I rolled an 18 and a 20. I'd like to take the 20, but I'll take the 18. Either which way, it's like it didn't suck. So I'm happy with either.
Okay.
I got an 8 natural 20, and Buffalo got a
An ain't natural 20. I'm gonna smack
8
you.
natural 20. 8 natural 20.
ain't natural.
It ain't natural. That's why. And I got a Muffalo got a a 9.
Okay.
And I got a 14.
Okay. And what did Crystal get again?
10.
Okay. So you guys are walking along and trying to be quiet. A few of you kind of step on the odd twig and it goes snap. You pause for a moment, hoping it wasn't heard, and continue. At about 30 feet away from this figure that Crystal is seeing, Seth, you see the detect magic you're pinging. You sense a strong dark magic that you associated with the book 30 feet ahead. And you also can catch glimpses every now and then of this glow. Or no, the way detect magic works, you would be able to see that or sense it. What you associate with Sybil's magical items that she usually carries upon her and her being.
Okay. I think as soon as I see that, and it has that familiarity to it, I'm just gonna take off running, making a beeline for it.
Okay. Seth just starts running. What do you guys do?
Does Seth have
Um,
dark vision?
Nope.
Oh, In that case, anyone without dark vision, since there is no light in this dark forest, thank you.
Oops.
Oh no.
Give me a dexterity saving throw. As there are tangled
Everybody
roots.
without dark vision?
Yeah,
So
anyone
basically,
who
it's
does not
everyone
have-
except for Kieran.
Yeah.
Actually, let me double check real quick, because I know I have it when I'm in my other form, but I don't know if I have it when I'm in this form. I gotta check on that.
And drow sight will not help you with this because it's to help you navigate the forest floor without falling on your butts. You're muted, Kieran.
I said I didn't get a long rest, so no eyes of night.
Got it. And Kieran, you have dark vision through your connection,
through my
right?
through my divinity, I have dark vision, 60 feet.
I literally think Kieran's the only one of this entire party that has dark vision.
Oh no,
Unless
I do
Beth
have
does.
it. Yeah.
You
Oh,
do?
Didn't
okay.
even realize that I had it. I thought I only had it in my other form, but nope, I have it in this
Oh,
form
okay.
too.
Anyone
And
else
what do you-
who's like rushing? If anyone else is rushing forward and does not have dark vision, I'll need a dex save. Otherwise, you can try to carefully make your way
Dex
over.
save. Okay.
I'm not
My
rushing
dex save
forward.
is
Okay.
18.
Okay, you're fine. So, Crystal, you rush forward, kind of following in Seth's wake, as the other two kind of try to more carefully make their way through. And you come upon a slight, not a very large clearing, just an area big enough, and you see that Sybil has, with her boot and this very large, and her weapon, she has kind of drawn a large symbol in the ground, and she's muttering to herself and holding the book and looking down at the book and saying something that you don't understand. And her weapon is glowing. Sort of this green
Does it
tinge.
sound similar to what the winged thing was mumbling?
Yes. And her eyes have this glow to them, this kind of white-green glow.
And she made the circle just with her boot.
Yeah, boot and her weapon. And it's like a, not so much a circle, it's more of an arcane symbol of sorts in the ground. But it's one that, I mean, you guys could roll for Arcana, but it's one that you guys don't immediately recognize.
Do we get any free actions or anything here?
So far, she doesn't seem to acknowledge your presence. She just continues to draw in the ground and speak and look at the book.
Crystal's gonna try to start erasing, like taking her boots and start trying to destroy what's being made, what
Okay.
she's making.
She doesn't seem to have a reaction to that. She just keeps going and goes over the areas that you try to destroy. Just replacing them, fixing the symbols.
Is the book open or closed?
It is open and in her hands. And also has a faint greenish glow, matching the glow across her weapon.
Okay. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway because it's not going to cost anything. I'm just going to apparate my mage hand, like right underneath one side of the book, and just try and close the book.
Okay.
I know she's holding on to it, so it's iffy. But
We'll consider this sort of like an opposed grapple with your... Does Mage Hand have any kind of stats?
It doesn't, but it can always use my strength, which is -1.
It only ever kind of sorta gets a stat if you take the telekinesis feat.
Got it. Yeah, we'll go with your strength then. It'll be a contested one versus her. She'll use strength.
You want me to roll that, or you can roll it?
You can roll that.
Okay.
I think your modifier is higher than what I just rolled.
Oh, it was a good idea.
Well, I rolled like shit. That was a total of 7.
Oh, hey, that's low.
That is real low for me.
That's real low.
I rolled a 3.
Oh no! You
That
had
is
a
my
real
modifier.
chance there. Oh, that was a really good idea. I liked it. All right. Well, unfortunately, the mage hand goes to kind of close it, but it has some resistance as Sybil, even though she doesn't have her full strength, because she's kind of holding it open with one hand, and she's got kind of fingers perched on the inside of the book, keeping it open. Her fingers alone are what you're fighting, so it should be a fairly easy strength check, but Sybil's a strong creature, and so she is able to keep it open still, regardless of just holding it open with fingers. It's still too much for the mage hand to handle, unfortunately. But you do have the mage hand out, if there's anything else you wanted to do with it. Anyone else wanting to try anything? She just continues to chat.
Fudge has been walking up. Tell me when he arrived, essentially.
Okay, I'd say as Seth is trying this mage hand thing and struggling with this, you guys are... We'll say that you make it there. Yeah.
I think at this point, I'm going to... Me and Muffalo are going to go and just tackle Sybil. Like that's
okay.
I'm gonna try to grapple and bring her to the ground.
Okay. This is gonna be another contested. He'll give you the help action then?
Yeah.
Okay. So help action from Muffalo for this grapple. So strength from Sybil.
Is it strength or is it actually athletics?
It'll be
well, you can use
athletics or acrobatics.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it's a grapple, so you can use either.
The other one I didn't ask because it wasn't a true grapple.
Sure.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, and I rolled pretty good, so 23.
Okay.
I rolled a 22.
There is a moment as you and Muffalo shove yourselves against her where you feel like she's going to go down and topple, but just this strength and this kind of greenish glow flares up again all around her body this time instead of just the blade. Almost like a weird shield, and you're not able to push her over as her body's just almost invigorated by whatever she's doing, and she just doesn't even pay any mind to you, doesn't pause in the incantation that she's doing, just continues to walk her pattern, continues to draw into the ground, continues to chant from the book. The glow, however, is, like I said, on her entire being now, and is slowly starting to spread from her being into this symbol on the ground. Anything else people would like to try?
Yeah, but I'll give my companions a moment in case there's anything a little safer that they want to try first.
Okay.
Someone was going to try that route.
I'm gonna shoot her with a sacred flame.
Okay, go ahead and roll. What is the save for that?
She's got to make a Dex 15 save.
Okay.
It's basically save or suck.
You had a chance with the Dex, but that was another good roll for an 18.
Okay. Doesn't seem to have an effect. You see that greenish glow around her being flare up again. No impact. Continues to spread. Anyone else?
I'm just like every round. I'm just gonna keep doing the sacred flame until I make contact. So, I'm not sure if we want to do initiative for that. But...
for the purposes of this, I'm gonna say that was your chance to try to have a success with that tactic, and it didn't work. So flavor-wise, you can say that she continues to try that, but it continues to have no effect. We're just doing something a little different.
Okay. So was Fudge trying to knock he was trying to knock her over,
mm-hmm.
right? Not just knock the book out of her hand. If I tried a different tactic to knock the book from her hands, would you accept that or no?
That is fine. Yeah. As long as it's not
Okay.
you trying the same tactic. Other people
All
trying
right.
a similar tactic is fine.
So what I will do, because I don't want to really hurt her at this point.
For the wake up Sybil puzzle.
If I no, I'm holding the widow. If I was to take the widow and
Shoot
like
her
not
in the face.
fire
No,
it,
sorry.
but actually use it to try and knock the book away, would that be an unarmed strike?
I would consider that another form, because you would be trying to disarm her in a way without having an actual feat that allows you a disarm. I'm going to consider that you're sort of trying to essentially a grapple again. You're trying to like defeat her strength, her strength of holding on to this object versus your strength of using an item to knock it out.
So you wouldn't accept that then?
I don't think
So
they like
just
going
a
up against my
second, let me
strength.
just see what I have.
I mean, that's
for-
fair. It's just the ideas they're
Yeah.
coming up with are strength-based,
I know.
ideas.
I can't
so
blame them.
That's fair.
Just looking to see what I have that would be different.
She just continues to draw the symbol out. The glow spreads, filling the grooves in the ground that she's created with her weapon and her boots. Snaking out from her, slithering across the ground, this ethereal, unnatural green light.
I have a different thing to try. I'm just waiting for Crystal to finish her thingy.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think of that I could try to do, and I don't know if I can, like, I've got something called Deadeye Shot, okay? So I could use that, but can I say specifically that I want to target the book? Or is that
You can do that. Yeah.
would okay?
Do you want to roll an attack
so-
on the book?
Yeah, I would like to attack the book, and I will expend 1 grit point to gain advantage on the attack roll.
Okay.
Alrighty. So let me just see here. Alright. So that would be attacking with the widow. That's possibly my last. That may be the last ammunition I have for that too, or is it? No, I think I'm okay still for ammunition on that. So that would be a +6, and I get advantage on that roll because I'm using my Deadeye Shot.
Okay.
Okay, the higher roll is a 17 plus 6, so that would be a 23.
Okay. Sybil, well, since you shoot, the book is a magical object of some power, so you can't destroy it or cause it any kind of damage with a shot, a non-magical shot. However, the force of this blast might be enough to get it out of Sybil's hands. So, Sybil, we're going to say that this is a strength check of, what was the roll again? 23?
23.
23. So, you need to beat a 23 to hold on to the book.
Straight strength?
This will be athletics.
Athletics, okay. That is only a 16, so...
So Crystal takes aim, fires, and the book, the force of the blast is enough as it makes impact. Doesn't go through the book as it's a magical object, but the force does push it enough to force it from her hands, and it goes flying into the forest forward. And Sybil's body collapses to the ground. The green light snaking back into her a little faster than it came out.
If I can react to that with my mage hand still up, I'd just like to retrieve the book with the hand and just hold it like up in the air out of everyone's reach.
Easy enough.
Good call.
I'll go over to her. She's on the ground. Like,
She's collapsed.
I'm gonna check to see if she's conscious or unconscious.
She seems to be unconscious at the moment.
Gonna like just pat her face, be like, Sybil, wanna wake up?
Sybil, give me a wisdom saving throw.
These are the ones that did not want to go well for me last time.
Mm-hmm.
That's cocked. There we go. That's gonna be a 16.
Okay. So, Sybil, you blink your eyes awake. And as you do, you get this sense, like, you remember speaking with someone. Oh, you felt like the figure was feminine. But you can't recall too many details at the moment. And it's weird. Oh, hey, you're outside. That's odd. What's going on? Your friends are around you. You seem to be on the ground.
I mean, I'm like right over top of your face, like just patting your cheek.
Move his hand away and be like, must have gotten confused. I thought we went to sleep in the cabin.
I mean, we did, and then you left. With the book. You don't remember what just happened?
No.
I'm gonna help her get up.
Awkward as it is, because you're super short.
But I'm super strong, so it's like,
Yep.
Yeah.
like a dude just pulling you. Yeah.
And the awkwardness comes from that I'm on my feet now and you're down here.
Use your shoulder to brace yourself the rest of the way.
Shove him into the dirt as I do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was on my first watch doing just total normal watch stuff, not anything weird, and I woke up Crystal, and she said that you were gone. I'm looking for you.
I feel like I was having a strange dream, so maybe I was sleepwalking.
I don't think this was sleepwalking. Is there any like any remnants of like what she was doing on the ground?
Yeah, the Sybil's still down there.
You were possessed by that book.
You hear a feminine laugh inside. It doesn't sound like your own.
Only I hear it?
Oh, you don't know that.
Well, okay. So I'm hearing a laugh. I can't tell what it's coming from, though.
You just hear this.
More look around.
Didn't sound like Crystal or Karen or Seth either.
In that case, I'm more look around, but it's going to be more of an alerted look around, like looking for where the trouble's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to find an enemy. Though I do not have dark vision, so I don't know how well that's going to work.
Yeah, you see Sybil kind of whip her head around. Suddenly alert.
You okay? I feel like you just saw a ghost.
No, but I heard something in the woods. Why don't we head back to the cabin where we can at least secure ourselves?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that didn't work so well for you the first time, Sybil. We gotta do something better with this book.
Well, I need a night's rest so I can try and like undo whatever that damn thing did to her.
We need to separate her from the book. Like, really separate. Maybe we should have 2 camps. That might be a bad idea too.
I mean, there's no saying the book's not going to possess someone else next. It seems very indiscriminate on who it wants.
I don't know. It hasn't bothered me any, but I'm not really paying much attention to it because I don't want to look at that ugly ass thing.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just gives off a bad vibe.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm just saying if we split the party, we won't know if someone else goes missing.
Well, I mean, no, we don't want to.
Figure, maybe we could shove it into a tree.
I mean, we have rope, don't we? Can't we just tie her up?
Well,
Not tying me up, but we can have whoever's on watch keep an eye to make sure I'm not moving around again. If you're specifically concerned about me, I'd keep an eye on everyone because you don't know who is going to attack next.
Yeah, I
Well-
don't. Go ahead.
okay. How do we protect? What did we do with the book the first time? Did we actually put a bunch of stuff and things over it or not?
Yeah, we put some.
We just covered with some brush or something. But,
Yeah, some
Rubble.
rubble just to hide it from sight.
Okay, I got an idea. You got that mage hand thing that you do that with the kind of extra hand thing. Seth.
Yeah.
Maybe if we put the book down, we'll watch it, and then if you could bring like some. Well, I guess you can't carry anything real heavy with that. If we could bring something big and heavy that would be much more obvious if somebody tries to move it, like something that if somebody, like if somebody's trying to grab that book, we're gonna know right away. Just to stop somebody from sneaking off with it. We got something we can do like that?
I don't know how.
Is there any down logs in the area? Just in like the 10, 15 feet of.
Give me a perception check
distance
with disadvantage because you don't have dark vision.
It also doesn't have to be something heavy if we just make something that rattles when the book's moved.
Something
And if
that
the
makes a
hand
lot
can
of
tie it
noise.
to it, have
here?
it
I got
go
an
off.
11.
With an 11, that part of the woods you're at right now, everything looks. There's a few kind of branches and things like that have fallen, but nothing of substantial weight that you see in the immediate vicinity.
Are we back at the cabin yet or not?
Okay, you guys were heading back. I'd say you make it back to the cabin if that's what you want to do.
How about we look around the cabin? I know, like we all got kits and things for food. Like, why couldn't we take a bunch of that kind of stuff? That would make a lot of noise and just kind of tie things together and put that over top.
Or at least tie it to the book, so if the book is picked up and moved, it has to be removed, and is therefore forcing someone to move the rattles.
Well, we don't want to touch that book.
But the mage hand could probably tie it. Wouldn't that be possible?
I have
She doesn't know
never
how mage hand works, okay?
tried it, but I suppose that sort of thing is worth a try.
Still with mine, it's a hand. Hands
Alright.
tie things.
So
Well,
you-
it is not the most dexterous hand.
For the sake of expediency, you guys implement this plan. It takes the mage hand a while on it because it's trying to tie something one-handed essentially. So it takes it a while, but it does manage to get what you guys intended across, and you guys lay down, keeping certain watches, and the rest of the night you get some rest. It's a little uneasy to fall asleep at first, but you guys do manage to get your rest and go ahead and take a long rest. You guys have your full level 6 abilities and everything available to you now as the dawn comes.
Give me a long rest. Roll 20.
Sybil, your dreams are filled with snakes. They're just all over you. But it's weirdly comforting. looks like they're connected to you. They're a part of you. It's a weird dream when you wake up. Like laying in spaghetti. Bunch of snakes.
Why does it have to be snakes?
Yeah, I'm getting real Indiana Jones vibes here.
All I could
Alright.
think of was the snakes on the plane.
When I wake up and after I don my armor, I am like, as soon as Sybil wakes up, I am going to boop her on the nose and cast Remove Curse.
Okay.
Remove curse, remove any curses associated with someone.
It's
It's any and all. There's one
Yeah,
that I know there's one spell that does any
yeah.
and all.
That's Remove Curse. At your touch,
Yeah.
all curses affecting one creature or object. She doesn't want to touch the book, but she has no problems touching you because if you're affected by the curse, then she can, or if you're affected by a curse, like if that's what the book is doing, she can remove the curse and break the attunement if it's been attuned to you.
Okay. You cast the spell.
All right. Do you feel better?
Feel any different than when I first woke up? I know I had that strange sensation yesterday after touching the book, but... Well, DM's not saying anything, so I'm gonna go with... I feel the same.
Yeah, you feel pretty fine. Feel normal.
Yeah, I feel like I always do.
Really
That's
want to do this?
strange.
Right. Seth, can you lower that thing, please?
I'm sorry?
The book, so I can touch it.
Don't touch the book.
Oh, it's over there. We placed it off to the side with that thing that I had much difficulty tying around it, by the way.
All right.
But you saw me-
Before anything happens, while that's happening, Fudge wants to go over to the box to see if we got any notes back from headquarters.
Stop sending us dead
Nice.
fucking animals.
They just sent the dead animals back.
So you see there is a note and there is a satchel. This sort of black looks like it's a plain, almost like a very smooth leather.
Okay. I'd like to read the note real quick.
Okay.
Tell everybody, hold on before you do anything.
It's actually more of a pamphlet. There's several pages, so you kind of unfold them. And the first page says, and it's in what you recognize to be Ellery's handwriting. And he states, so book, huh? All right, yeah. Cursed object or maybe just a dark object. Either way, this should probably keep you safe from whatever it's doing to you. It's sort of like a bag of holding, but it's just a bag of holding bad shit. So...
Almost sound like you said bat shit too, so I'm going with that. It's a bag of bat shit.
Bag of
Probably
holding
what
bad
Fudge
shit.
says. A bag of bat shit.
Now, this'll... You put the object in this, and you can carry the object around. Just fine. Should protect you. Sort of like a protection from good and evil spell layered into the weave of the fabric. If you know anything about that arcane stuff.
Wrong group.
Karen will mumble. It's not just arcane.
See a little scribbled side note. Karen will know. To Ellery, it's the same shit. So,
Yeah.
magic's
That's fair.
magic. Different flavors.
Yep.
And then you see that there are, and he just says something like, wishing you the best. See anything of interest, send it my way. as long as it fits in the box. He does a little side note scribbled. And then you see behind that are pages and pages of sketches and ideas and diagrams and question marks and just about like it shows pictures of the animals that you created, the stick figure animals, and there's circles around them and lines connecting them to each other and connecting them to words that say like dead squirrel ? Does it mean it, like just all these ideas, like what is he trying to say? Is it connected to the book? Is the dead squirrel the master of the book? Is the dead squirrel a new deity? We need to worry about the Dark Lord squirrel.
You just trap that poor innocent soul in a meme.
And it's not Ellery, it's like multiple different sketches and ideas and handwriting of what you get to be like some sort of think tank back at the Chimera Collective that's desperately trying to figure out the association of this dead squirrel, these stick figure animals, and the note about this dangerous object, and trying to see how they're all connected and what possibly could be said. And there's just in big letters at the bottom is like, please, any and all more information needed. This seems dire. The portents are leading towards catastrophic. And then there's another line through that, and it says, he's an idiot. Clearly, this is about...
This is a new conspiracy theory. We've started several conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and they're like talking about clearly this is about the Bink insurrection and like all this. It's ridiculous, honestly. So yeah, that's what you get.
Thing, yeah. If I just got the whole pamphlet out, like just complete, and he's like, I think headquarters is going batshit crazy. And I think they're reading into things that I didn't even think was possible. What do you guys make of this thing? And I'm just gonna start handing the pamphlet out.
Kieran grabs the bag and holds it open, and then she looks at Seth and she goes, "Could you please?"
Maybe place the bag on the ground. We don't want the book to come within proximity of you as I'm placing it inside.
Okay. And she's gonna like just stick it on the ground, and like she's gonna try and like make it as open as possible.
Okay, you kind of prop it open a little bit, and the mage hand awkwardly tries to get the bag open a little more and scoot the book in, but it does manage to do so and pulls up the drawstring. Now the book is inside this magical bag.
Is the bag with the book inside of it? I don't know if the book has changed the form of the bag at all. But could the bag then be placed in the box?
You see the book when you put it in the bag, it holds its shape for a moment, and then it swishes into the shape of just a pouch. So it seems to have collapsed the object safely.
Stick it in the box.
Like so yeah, it would fit in the box if you want to send it to the through the box.
Stick it in the box. We need to get rid of this thing now.
Meanwhile, Sybil's looking at the pamphlet going, why are they talking about dead squirrels and stick figure animals? And animals, and these are really bad drawings of animals here. They look like stick figures.
So many conspiracy theories.
Yeah, this is like the first time anyone has seen Kieran laser focused on something.
Got it.
Like she is basically imploring Seth to basically stick the thing in the box, close the lid, and we need to make sure it disappears. It's like, let them deal with it, not us.
Make sure to put a note on it so they know it's inside.
They're gonna know what's inside. They gave us the satchel for the evil fucking book.
Yeah, we don't want them opening it and suddenly being affected by said book.
Fudge is gonna quickly make like another stick figure animal, and he's like, "We should send this with them. I think they're onto something."
Well, you made that look incredibly like the one they drew here. It's a talent.
It's probably coincidence.
We just need to send them a note.
I mean, it's the very crude drawings, and someone here is not an artist, obviously.
I think it's they're onto something. I don't know what, but maybe this stick figure is the key to it.
Kieran's gonna grab just some parchment, and she's gonna write a note, and she's gonna write the note. You know what? She's gonna write the note in Celestial, and she's gonna go. I don't know what the hell the stick figure stuff is.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, it's in Celestial, so unless you can read Celestial.
I thought you were saying that out loud.
It's like the evil ass book is in the bag. Don't touch it. Burn it if you can. Like, it's just basically like the rest of the page is just like destroy it, bury it, chuck it into the deepest fucking hole you can find. No one should come in contact with this horrible, horrible thing. Like,
May I add something to the note?
Sure. She hands you the note. She's not sure if you can read Celestial.
No. It's just I'll start writing underneath the gibberish. I'll write out that I had a vision when I initially touched the book, and I'll write out the story of Velis that I learned, and how that may or may not connect to various things that we've encountered so far. And then I'll add at the very end of that, looking forward to studying the book when I return to the collective. And then I'll put the note in the box.
Someone adds that note that it possessed someone. They might need to know that.
Yeah, I imagine that's amongst all the cautionary things that Kieran wrote in there.
We just didn't explicitly say it, so I wanted to make sure we knew that's going in there.
I'm pretty sure that's part of Kieran's ramblings.
Did Sybil share that she dreamt of snakes?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
You guys do know that the collective has both a very good protocol for dealing with dangerous objects, as well as a possession protocol when agents come back at risk.
We just want to make sure they know.
Not a bad idea to let them know that these protocols may need to be enacted.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all gonna face some form of quarantine when we head back.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And it's unpleasant. For those of you who've been agents for a while, the quarantine is very it's an unpleasant situation. You have to be bathed in this really nasty ointment by druids, and then the magic users do some to sit for this day-long ritual cleansing.
With thyme and rosemary and a bunch of crazy herbs, like in this nasty black oil.
That is like a home away from home for Fudge. Every time he comes back, he's like, yes.
Fudge goes through the possession the quarantine protocol just as a spa day.
Yeah, me and Muffalo just sitting there with like cucumbers on our eyes and just laying back.
Yeah. No, I think I might be possessed. I think I need that protocol again. And
I just asked to go through it every month just to have a good time. So
they all know Fudge by name.
Yeah.
They're like,
there's a priest just yelling at you, but you don't care. Like,
don't give a shit.
Okay. Anyway.
Everyone wants to know why Fudge gets possessed every month.
Yeah.
Another conspiracy theory on why Fudge is possessed on a monthly basis.
That is definitely a chart. That is definitely a chart. Yes. He goes, I went somewhere haunted again.
I'm wondering if he has some weird form of possession PMS.
Pretty sure I heard a ghost. Guess I better go through that protocol again.
I read something that it ain't natural, and I need the possession protocol.
Protocol is very natural.
It's very
all natural.
Well, there's a mix, but you like the natural part. All right, so you guys finish dealing with the book, send it off through the box with your notes. What else would you like to do?
Karen is going to go through her rosary, and she is just going to spend the next 10 minutes praying and trying to find her focus again, because being around that book has just like fucked up her mellow so harsh.
Yeah, give me a religion roll just for the heck of it.
+2, that is a 16. Because religion is intelligence. I don't know fucking why. So stupid.
You feel
that way you study.
Go ahead and add your wisdom modifier for this particular religion check, though. This is not an intelligence-based religion check. This is more of a feeling, a connection.
Ooh. Then that would be a +7, so that would be a 21.
Okay. So you take some time as people kind of gather up their things, and we have a quick snack getting ready for the journey ahead, and you just kind of take a moment to meditate, reflect, and pray to your goddess, and you feel their presence. You smell the night blossoms. You feel the cool air that you associate with twilight. And you feel her presence around you. And the air gets biting cold for a moment around you. This is her way of warning. There is danger close at hand. That you need to be on your guard. Something bad enough to concern her. To encourage her to make her presence known, which she does not do often. You've felt her presence maybe a handful of times. And this, you know, some great powers might be at play. What have you gotten yourself into?
When she finishes, she's just gonna go, we need to be like extra careful. Like, anyone feel a chill? There's something really bad going on everywhere around here, and I think that thing, and she points at the box, was just the tip.
Kieran, you also, as she's kind of talking to you guys about this, you see that her eyes become purple in twilight, and she goes silent for a moment. Kieran, you get a vision.
Oh shit! I'm going all Tuolani right here.
And you, in this vision, this warning from your goddess, you get some guidance from her with the roll that you got. You get some guidance. You remember what happened in the ruined church. You remember what the boy told you. You remember the missing people. Your memory goes back to when oh god, what did I name her? Hilda? The lady in the hospital who runs the hospital, kind of the mayor of the town. The mayor told you that they were having problems at the orphanage. That children were getting sick. You remember the boy telling you of the refugees, that the other refugees, that people were falling ill or sleeping longer, were having issues before the disappearances occurred. You feel your goddess kind of pushing you in that direction. And then your eyes go back to normal. And the vision fades. The last thing you see is the silhouette of the orphanage that you pass by when you're in town.
So she's like just snaps to, and she goes, like, we need to go to the orphanage sooner than later.
We were gonna pick up that little boy,
Yeah.
Radimer. Are we're still gonna do that? Like, are you thinking we should take him to the orphanage? Is that what you mean?
No, he's got a group that we're going to take him back to.
We
Okay.
don't want to take him to the orphanage. Something bad's happening there.
Yeah, we're not.
But what
Yeah.
he described was similar to what was described to us that was happening at the orphanage, so it could be
Yeah.
our next clue.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to him seems to be happening there.
Yep.
While Kieran was taking her time to meditate and doing all that, and we were packing up camp, which tends to be a little more methodical for Sybil, having done this many times in the military. could she have taken a moment to kind of search within her for that feeling of that presence that she got after she touched the book originally?
For sure.
Just to see if it's still there or if it kind of...
Give me an insight check on yourself.
Oh, inside myself. Okay.
Yeah.
With my oh so great wisdom.
I'll set DC
That's
in my
a
head.
15.
Okay.
Wasn't a bad roll.
You kind of, as you're doing this kind of methodical motions, kind of go within yourself, and you feel a presence there, and you feel like someone is touching your shoulder and down your arm, but you look and no one's there. And you kind of hear within you, "You seeking me, child?"
Nope, the fuck out of that. So I'm just gonna back my own mental presence the fuck up.
Disturbed with yourself. You don't know,
Yeah.
maybe you're just hearing voices or what. Like, that was
It
weird.
was a long night.
Yeah, a lot. You're really stressed.
A lot of shit happened yesterday.
You know, it's starting to imagine things. This is just, ugh, whatever. You didn't hear anything. Nothing's talking to you.
Nope.
And you feel you feel what you are feeling, but you also feel this under emotion of humor.
That's okay. She wants to get farther away from where we sent the book off before she'll say anything to anyone about this, so she's going to keep quiet for now.
Mm-hmm. So you
How
guys,
long does it take for things to go? Just an out of character thing.
Sure.
How long does it take for things to go when we put them in the box?
Instant.
Okay.
You close the lid, you reopen, it's gone.
All right. Before we go, Seth, do you want to use Mage Hand one more time and just check and make sure that them book is gone?
Sure, I can do that. Check in the box.
It's gone.
Make sure the bag is gone.
Poof. The letter as well.
It's in the collective's hands now.
Compared to Sybil's crystal's ammunition, like how big is the box comparatively? Is like a cigar box?
Yeah, it's about a cigar box in size, or a shoe box.
Okay. Kieran's gonna go.
Yeah, more of a shoe box than a cigar box. Because cigar boxes are fairly thin.
Maybe you should ask for more of that ammunition.
I could do that. I don't know if they you know. How long would it take for me to get it if I asked? You think? Would I have to wait?
You don't know. It depends on when people happen to come across it. You don't know how often they check it.
You should at least put the note in there. Like, I just don't feel really good about stuff.
You also don't know exactly how the magic works, but if anyone wants to do an Arcana check to see if they might take a guess as to how this magic might work.
I look at my -1 bonus and I just go no.
So yeah, you don't know. This could be something that is used. Can you be used multiple times? Maybe just someone needs to notice it. Maybe it's only used once per day. Maybe it's used once per week. You don't know how the magic works.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Kieran. I agree with you, and I know I am running low, especially on the blunderbuss ammunition. So what I'll do is I'll write them a little note here, and I'll just put it in the box, and then I'll just focus on thinking that maybe they'll look at it real quick. Okay? So I'm going to do that. Can I roll, even though I don't have a good roll? Can I roll Arcana?
Sure.
Kieran, can you kind of guide me to think on this real hard? Is that possible?
Yeah, she'll cast a blessing over you.
All right. So I get a D20 plus a D4, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's not bad. 16 and a 2 minus 1, so that's 17.
Okay. Kind of just thinking about what you've learned so far about the box and what Fudge said. Fudge said something about he kept putting things in the box and sending them out. So you know that things, you can use it multiple times to send multiple things. Like, it wasn't like it was only usable once, because you deduced that based on what Fudge reported of what he sent off. Because you don't think he could have fit all those things and did a squirrel in one go. He probably did several send-offs. You've only received a message a few times. So, you know, the magic probably works both ways fairly swiftly, where you would assume so, since you could send things, but you're not exactly sure about how it receives, but you would take that guess. Maybe it has to do with just if they receive it in time, or if someone notices. If you had your best guess based on the information you have.
Do you think like we might have time to just like have a wee bit of breakfast or something, and that might give them a little bit more time before we leave? But we gotta head out, I think.
So roll a d20 for me. We're gonna do a luck check. You want to get above a 13. 13 or above.
17.
All right. So you request some more ammunition, and you get let me roll something. So you requested more ammunition for, what did you say specifically?
I said the blunderbuss was very, very low, and the widow was somewhat low.
Okay. How many bullets are in a clip, or that you have? I think they're in clips, right?
You had said 10. We were
10?
we were working in 10s.
Okay. So you get 20 for the widow and 20 for the blunderbuss back in the box.
Okay.
Based
I
on
am
what
beyond
learned.
ecstatic. I'm actually going to run over and I'm going to give Kieran a big hug, and I'm going to say, "That was such a great idea, Kieran. Thank you so much. Look at this."
Basically,
Like,
2 clips for each.
Okay.
Kieran gives you like a lingering type of hug,
Or 2 boxes, rather, not clips. 2 boxes of each.
like the way like a younger sister would like hug an older sister
Okay.
for comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kieran is very not in a good headspace right now.
Well, I think there's always sort of been this thing where Crystal has sort of seen Kieran almost like the little sister that she can't find. So yeah, that totally works.
Which one day we will resolve.
One day.
Not this campaign, but maybe in the future.
So while they're doing all that with the box and stuff, it's kind of been bothering Seth that Sybil was acting the other night without realizing that she was acting.
Mm-hmm.
And though there are many things that can cause that, one of those many things is her speciality. So she's going to pull down the veil sight goggles and have a good look at Sybil.
All right. You take a good look at Sybil, and you see her soul inside her. You know that, you recognize that to be hers. It's a different color though, which is a little strange. It kind of flashes between 2 colors: the usual blue that you associate with her soul, and then this sort of green color. But you don't see the signs of like a spirit possession.
Okay. I'm just gonna watch that for a good like 55 seconds, and then pull off the goggles when I feel that head pain starting to come into play.
And I will tell you that as you're you keeping it on, as you're watching, and you see the colors change from this blue to a green, from blue to a green, it flashes faster, and the green gets brighter and brighter, almost blinding on its own, than just beyond the ability of the goggles. It becomes very difficult to look at directly at it for very long at all. And go ahead and actually, you take 5 points of psychic damage just from looking at it.
Ouch.
I have a sneeze coming in, so I was always going to talk, but wait for that to come out, and it's not coming out now. So probably sometime after Seth pulls off her goggles, because I was doing other things, and everyone else seemed to be preparing and doing what they're doing, I will go over and sit down or stand next to where Seth is.
You notice
Like,
a trickle of blood down her nose.
Oh, you bonk your nose on something. You have a bit of blood.
No. Sorry. I was... Your soul is difficult to look at right now.
Don't know how to take that.
Neither do I. Not yet. I need some time to think about it.
So, like being called ugly? I don't know. How are you feeling today after your run-in with that book yesterday? No, you were also ensnared by it.
I am feeling relatively okay.
That's good.
It was, a difficult thing in the moment, but I seem to have no trouble keeping a grasp on myself.
Still this itch to read the book in the back of your mind, but it's ebbed a lot since the book is out of your sight.
As I mentioned in the note, I am very much looking forward to taking a closer look at that book when we return to the collective.
Hopefully they can find a way for you to safely do so. You didn't look like you were doing well when you were reading it before.
Yes, there will need to be some sort of security provisions put in place.
If anyone has the resources, they do.
That's why we sent it.
Given that run-ins we have, as much as I don't think the book is a good thing, I think there's something in there that we need to discover what it's doing.
Agreed.
Sure.
I think there is many more secrets within that could help explain the goings-on in this part of the world. How are you feeling, by the way?
I mean, not as off as I was yesterday. Something just didn't seem to sit right after I was pulled in. But I can't put my finger on what it is.
Whatever it is the same thing that seems to have infected you.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I'm sorry, your soul. Did I mention it's very difficult to look at right now?
You did mention that, but what do you mean by... I honestly did not know what you meant by that in general. Is that a normal thing for souls? Is that
No.
like being...
Not normal at all.
Oh.
Usually a soul is not painful to observe. Not usually. And doesn't usually make your nose bleed either. There is a light to yours that feels like it perhaps shouldn't be there.
I'm gonna think back on that moment when I reached inside myself and found a voice and be like, maybe that was not
You feel...
me imagining things.
Sybil, you feel like something is almost like stroking your hair, but it's not. Like, so you just get this feeling that something is trying to soothe you.
That something definitely feels off. Can't quite put it into words. It's difficult.
I am having that same difficulty. It is not something as easy to explain as, say, a spiritual possession. It's something different. Something seems to be attaching itself to you in a way that I am unable to separate.
I'm more absentmindedly like move my hair as if you would when someone's trying to pat it. Like, give me your hair. Just sort of start absentmindedly trying to pull my hair around. I know I felt that way when I touched the book yesterday, but it's different today. Hopefully the effects wear off as the book is now out of our range.
Hopefully. But I think there is still more... Don't particularly wish to use this word, but I think there is more disaster headed our way.
Usually the disaster is best to try and get in front of them, so...
In
I
my
think Kieran has the
experience,
right idea.
getting in front of disaster just puts you in its path.
I mean, if it's coming for you either way, if you get in front of it, you can lessen the impact of the damage.
We approach things very differently, you and I.
While this conversation is going on, you guys are packing up. Kieran, that push, you continue to feel that push from your goddess, a sense of urgency.
Like, we need to go. Like, can we just eat on the run?
You know you have about half a day's journey as well ahead of you. You could stop by the farm along the way, though.
I'm good with anything. I just wanted to wait a bit till I saw if I was going to get some ammo or not back, but I got it, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, the ammo only took a few minutes, really. Like 5 minutes. Came fairly quickly. So, and you guys had that conversation while that was happening. Crystal exclaims happily that she's got her ammo, and you guys are ready to head out. You close up the cabin, I'm guessing, and head down the trail, similar path that you took when you first arrived, passing by the farm, heading up to the farmhouse. You see that the door is wide open.
Oh, that's not good.
And it is quiet inside.
Gonna rush up and just run right in.
You guys look inside and you see that there appears to be 2 bedrolls in the sort of the main living space. You see a pack that you remember Anita carrying. It's full of just some like rations, some additional rations, and some a canteen of water, just some basic things, a rope, some basic items of hers. Her weapon is not in sight. You look around for the family, check each room. No sign of anyone. It's empty. Bed covers are unturned.
Fudge is gonna go immediately back outside, and he's gonna try to look for tracks of them potentially of leaving or
Give me
whatever.
a survival.
It's really good. 27.
Very, very good. Following the tracks, you notice that there are multiple tracks. You see some smaller ones that you associate with the kids, with Spaz most likely, and with the boy. Then you see some larger tracks. You know, the Furbolg family, they've got larger set prints, so you see those, but then you also see several different boot prints. Looks like there was a group that visited with that role very recently. You would, if you had to guess, they came last night and came from the forest and returned the same direction. Only when they returned to the forest, the family was with them, along with, you would, if you were to guess, additional prints with the 27. You recall and make out Anita's print and the boys as well. So you know a group came and left with the family and Anita and the boy. And went into the forest, where you lose track of you travel into the forest for a while and lose track of the trail.
Like it just vanishes?
Not that it vanishes, it just becomes too difficult to follow. And it's not like it supernaturally seems to vanish. It starts gradually fading, like becoming more difficult to make out, because of the type of terrain in the brush, and you're just unsure of which direction they went into from that point.
What's the general, like, is it headed towards town or is it headed
A little bit more
out?
towards town, yeah. It's still in the forest, but you do with the 27, you would guess that it kind of curves towards the town.
I'm gonna yell back towards the house. Maybe like, we need to get going, and um, I'll probably come back a little ways just so that way they can see where I'm at.
Sure. So you guys head out on your travels, and along the path, you encounter not much, just some creatures that Fudge promptly can kind of uses your expertise with animals to kind of encourage that they continue on their way, and do so with ease. You guys make it eventually to the town as it becomes late afternoon. So probably around, I'd say, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or around that. Walking into town, you notice that it's a little bit emptier than it was before. The market is, no one has their stalls out. The girl that you purchased clothing from the other day is not to be seen. The food vendors are not there. I mean, it was already pretty sparse of a market, but it was there. You notice that on the way in to town that the refugee camp seems to be gone, packed up, moved on. Going over to the tavern, it's quiet. You do see the bartender that you guys met before comes out from the back and starts cleaning the bar. If you guys peek in there, you do see a few figures coming and going from the hospital. You see the sheriff at a seat at his desk. And his 2 deputies out front. And as you guys walk through the town, you also notice, and with the tavern, you kind of saw him, the bartender, like you didn't walk into the tavern, but you walked past and you can see through the windows. You see some of the residencies as you're walking into town also. As you walk through, people close their shutters, close their doors. If they're outside, there's one person who is kind of sweeping their porch, and as they see you approach, they go inside and close the door. It's very different atmosphere than before.
Kieran is going to make her way towards the orphanage.
Okay, you make your way towards the orphanage, and you see there is a drow woman sitting out on the porch, her head in her hands. Kind of like wiping her brow, clear stress on her face. Do you guys all go with her?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she seemed pretty adamant about this being urgent.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's gonna go up to the drow lady and does she look clerical?
She doesn't have any like religious emblems on her. She's wearing a pretty simple gray dress. She's got more of like a dark purplish skin tone to her. Like white hair tied up in a French braid. Pockets on her dress.
Pockets always on the dress. She's gonna go up to her and she's gonna go, are you the head mother here?
She kind of looks up. Yes, My name is Melody. And you?
She, gives us like a slight little, curtsy, and she, I'm Karen. I am traveling in this area as an adventurer, and um, there's some weird things have been happening around, and um, I'm very concerned for the safety of the children.
She kind of looks at you oddly. Ah, how do you know the children are in danger?
You ever just get a feeling that something bad's coming?
I usually don't have to rely on feeling. It's bad just come. And it has come.
Well, um, like I got a real bad feeling that something bad is already here.
She
And I
kind of
think it
looks you
wants.
up and down. Give me a persuasion check. Just your general demeanor. See how well you're winning her over so far.
Let's see. Ooh. It is not great. That is going to be +8. Well, I'm sorry, +6 is going to be a 14, sadly.
Okay, it's not bad. She kind of nods. Um, who are you? She kind of looks over at your group.
Oh, we're adventurers, but like I'm. She goes, I'm an acolyte. I grew up in an orphanage, and I've been meaning to stop by, but we've been really busy, with, you know, bombs in the battlefield and zombies and all sorts of horrible things all over the place. Um,
Are you the ones that the mayor has hired to help?
yeah.
Come, please. She told me you might be by. And she invites you inside. Um, Before we continue, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break so that people can refresh their drinks, use the restroom, stretch, do what you need to do. So we'll be right back, everybody, to see what happens next in this orphanage on Chimera Collective, Darkness in Darvasta. Please hold on. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
All right, so you guys are in the orphanage. Melody takes you guys into sort of a dining hall area. It's pretty empty right now for the most part. You do see there appears to be another woman, human woman, older, white in her hair, up in a bun, and she's wearing a similar kind of gray dress, long sleeves, pockets, and is sort of sweeping the floor off to the corner. Melody motions for you to sit at one of the large tables.
She'll sit.
Do you require any refreshment?
No, we ate while we traveled. Thank you.
Yes. The mayor said that you might be able to help. The children are falling ill, and the hospital, the doctors and nurses do not know what it is. And so I keep them here to be comfortable. We take care of them. But many are in this unwaking coma. Others restless sleep. The children are tired, and you see that she also appears to be very tired. There's huge bags under her eyes. They have nightmares. I don't understand what is happening, but
Can I see them? Where they're being cared for?
the ones who have survived, yes. Unfortunately, we've had to bury several this week.
There's when she says that, there's a very there's a grimace on Kieran's face, like more sad than angry, but it's definitely a mixture of both.
It was like they just stopped. They grew weaker and weaker. Fell into this coma of sleep. Grew weaker, despite us, we try to feed them, give them water as best we can when someone is in this state. And nothing works. They just get worse, and then they stop. I've brought over the priest, I've brought over the doctors, the nurses, and nobody knows.
You say they're having nightmares. Are they all having the same nightmares, or is it all individual?
There are some similarities. They mentioned different things. Fears that they have vary, but they all mentioned the same figure, which is odd. I thought maybe they heard a story. Sometimes the refugees come by and visit and let their children play with the orphanage's children, and sometimes they tell stories of what they hear, ghost stories or folk tales and whatnot, and I assume maybe this is just manifesting in that way, that they all heard the story of this woman, this creature. They describe it as dark skin, long teeth, tattered clothing, long dark hair, and horns. It sounds like many of the scary folk tales we have in this area, to be honest. But I did think it was odd that they all had a moment of this figure mentioned when I asked what they dream of.
Does that figure sound familiar to me? Can I pinpoint anything I am aware of from childhood stories, tales?
Give me a history
whatever
check with advantage. Fudge, you can also roll. And Seth, you're fairly well read, right? Kieran, you as well. Crystal, I don't think you would come across this information yourself based
That's
on
gonna
your
be an
backstory.
What's the roll
18.
again? What am I?
History? Yeah. The rest of you, no advantage, though. What did you get, Sybil?
18.
18?
I got a natural 20 for just a natural 20. I have a +0 to history.
You got a
I have the same
natural 20.
modifier.
Okay.
A natural 20.
No, it ain't natural 20.
No,
All right.
it's all natural.
Sybil, you get a flash of anger, a feeling of anger. And you close your eyes for a minute and you see that figure as described in your mind. And this figure is somewhat feminine, hunched over, long, curved horns that come up from the forehead and go back, hair black that kind of flows out in a way, ridged brow lines and yellowed eyes, misshapen long teeth, slightly hunched over, withered looking body with dark skin, sort of purple, sort of gray, tattered cloak around her, wrappings around their arms. And you see another figure similar to that one next to it, and a third. And you get flashes of danger inside you, and anger, and a need to destroy. You don't know exactly what this is, though, but you have a clear vision of what they are. You can see it, but you can't make too much sense of it. It's a creature you've never come across before yourself. You've never seen anything like this in your own memories, but you're seeing someone else's memories. Almost in that way.
Yeah.
Fudge, you know that there are creatures that feed upon fear. There are creatures that feed upon dreams that can create this sort of effect. There's certain slugs that could crawl into the brain that can do this. There's certain spellcasters. There's certain ethereal beings. There's a dragon. There's a number of creatures that can impact and impart on dreams. There's a lot of fey creatures that love to attack this way. Based on the description, though, you're leaning towards something a bit more nefarious, more of a creature. Maybe something a bit more of sentience. So you kind of, probably not the slug, probably not some of these more monstrous things. Image of a weird floating platypus-like creature. Disregard it. But you have a feeling that this is something that is probably feeding on the life essence of these children. Feeding at night. Using their nightmares against them. It's coming at night. That's when it attacks. And when it attacks, that's when it's vulnerable.
Okay. Does Sybil physically react to anything that she just saw?
The Sybil probably describes what she's seen, not the multiple figures, but the one that stands in the center that was described in great detail. probably fills in the details that the lady left out about how this figure would have looked. Because I can't remember what it was or what it is, what it does, but that's all I can recall that comes to mind when she describes this figure. And maybe it is something from the childhood.
Whatever it is, it tries to feed on your fears. The best time to do that is when it's night, it's dark outside. Everyone's a little scared of the dark. General.
Like when you specifically say it comes at the night to feed on the children, like you can hear Kieran like gripping, the grip of her shield like tightly, like like when you hear someone squeezing leather, like it makes that weird, like sound, like, and she just has this very not angry but this very stoic look, like it's very non-Kieran, as everyone's telling these like weird horror stories.
I think if we're gonna do something about this, the best time to do it is to let the creature or thing come to us. We can set a trap for whatever this thing is.
I really wish to use the children as bait,
Oh no, we don't know.
but I don't know how we can track it down elsewise.
Well,
Don't get me wrong, if you set a trap, they'd be the bait. It's the only way to lure them here.
Liking that sound at all. Like she looks. I'm sorry. I totally
Melody.
forgot to write her name down. Melody. Can you take me to the children, please?
Yes. This way. And she takes you down a hall and up some stairs. And she shows you some of the children up there, and she says there are more downstairs as well, but the ones who are the sickest are up here.
She's just gonna go. I'm pretty sure the clerics already did this, but so Karen is going to
We have a priest, but not necessarily a cleric. There is some with healing magic at the hospital, though. They tried some things.
She's gonna burn from her celestial legacy. She's gonna burn a lesser restoration.
Okay. Let me look at the details of that spell real quick.
So, I touch a creature, and I can end either one disease or one condition afflicting it. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Okay.
For the condition.
So, and it can be other conditions too, I'm guessing. Or is it just those conditions?
It's all for me. I've always seen it where it depends on the DM.
Okay. You cast it on one of the children, and you see their breathing was a little raspy before, and it starts breathing a little easier. They remain asleep though, but you see a little bit more color to their face, and they seem to be breathing a little easier.
Can I do a medicine check to just gauge like their general well-being after me casting the spell?
Sure.
If I use my medicine kit, can I get advantage?
Yeah. Take out the stethoscope and check the reflexes.
Why do you hate the children?
Oh no.
That's a 14.
the 14, you sense that you remember seeing the child. It was looking a little bit paler. It was having trouble breathing, and you think that the trouble breathing was because it was sort of like stressed, and the lines in the child's face showed signs of just tension. And when you cast the spell, you seem to relax the child into more of a relaxed sleep. There's less stress, less tension. If you had to guess, the child was experiencing an intense nightmare before, but is now in a state of maybe a dreamless sleep.
Yeah. So we're going to go into reckless abandon, and I am going to, like, how many children are up here?
She takes you to a few rooms, and there appear to be 5 children that have been afflicted. One child is... All of these children are asleep. Downstairs, she does tell you that there are a few children that are bedridden but awake.
Okay, the ones who are in like the fever dream
Mm-hmm.
type deal. Let's see. Here we go. So I use that one. I just want to make sure I tick this off. So that was my celestial legacy. So that one's gone. And then so there's 4 more children or 5 more children?
There's 5 total, so 4 more up here that are in the coma state.
Alrighty. So I'm going to like regular 2nd level spell slots. I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration with a 2nd level on 3 of them, and then whichever one of the 4 remaining looks the worst.
So you have to use a spell slot for each one of these, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
The first one was my Celestial Legacy. I get one of those per long rest.
Just letting you. Just want to make sure if you guys plan on doing anything tonight about this creature, you're tapping yourself out.
She's not concerned about that. She is concerned about the children who might die. She doesn't want any more.
That's fair.
Of that to happen, and she's gonna burn whoever of the 4 looks the worst. She's going to upcast a. She's gonna upcast the Lesser Restoration.
That child. That child opens its eyes, and Melody gasps. Kind of rushes to their side.
Are you okay?
The boy kind of just blinks and kind of slowly, groggily looks around. And Melody takes his hand, kisses it, just kind of gently touches his hair, smoothing it in place, and he kind of just looks up at you. You ask the question and tries to speak, but nothing's coming out. He's too hoarse. He's been asleep a long time.
Don't try and struggle. Stay calm. Your voice just needs some time to heal.
He breathes a little easier.
And she, just pats him on the head, and she smiles.
You notice he looks at the window and just stares at it nervously. Late afternoon. It's like around 4 o'clock now. Well, 3:30. You guys got here, arrived in town around 3, walked through town, the 3:45, 4 o'clock, somewhere around there.
She's gonna kneel like next to him, and then like in a soft voice, she's gonna try and be calming. Does the bad lady come in through the window?
His eyes widen, and he just locks his gaze on the window.
And she's gonna hug him, and she's gonna go, "It's okay. We're here to stop the bad ladies."
And he kind of manages a weak nod and doesn't stop staring at the window, though.
So while Kieran was starting to move around to start casting spells on all the children, we believe it's bleeding on their life force. Would their souls reflect that? Would your goggles pick anything up?
It is certainly always worth a look.
Hoping maybe it will show us a trail or something, so we don't have to use these children as bait.
I will very cautiously pull down the goggles.
Are you
Since she
looking
said I was
in-
hard to look at, I'm more a step behind her, so
Okay.
I'm not in the field of vision.
Probably a good call. Taking a look at the children, you see that they're in their life force, their souls are in various forms. You see this boy looks a little bit brighter now than some of the others. The ones that they seem just a little bit more faded than you would normally associate with a child's soul. Those are usually warm and bright, indicating growth instead of decay. And these souls are indicating they've gone through a state of decay, and usually more associated with the elderly, with those close to death, with the sick.
Is there any spirits wandering around the area as well?
Give me a perception check.
17?
Yes, there are. There are. What you see right now, there is a little girl. Pigtails in her hair. And she's just sitting on the edge of the bed, looking down at the boy. Her hand kind of on the boy's leg, but not really touching it. Just looking down at him. And you could see tears going down her face.
Does anything seem off about her spirit, or does it just seem like you would expect such a spirit to appear?
She seems quiet. Currently at rest. You're not sure if you were to attempt to interact with her what would happen, but she seems to be pretty focused on her concern on something else and doesn't seem to be paying you guys any mind right now. Doesn't seem to notice you. Her visage isn't warped at all. She looks like what she probably looked like in life, only a spectre version.
Okay. I'm going to pull the goggles down and immediately turn my attention to Melody and just kind of address her. The little girl with the pigtails. When did she pass? Did she have a connection to this child?
How did you know?
I see her.
What do you mean you see her?
Her spirit remains.
That's Amelia. They were friends.
Did she suffer from the same infliction as this boy?
Yes, she passed. Well, she passed yesterday.
Yesterday.
And she points at a bed, the other bed next to this boy's bed. There's a bed across in the same room, empty. She was there.
I see. I'm going to ask a question, and I mean no offense by it. I do not intend to be rude or uncouth, but we are here to help, and as such, we need to explore all avenues. Is the body of the girl still on the premises?
No. Some townsfolk, the priest, helped, and we buried her at the church in the graveyard where all the townsfolk lie at rest.
So her grave would still be fresh, then?
Very. We found her dead yesterday in the morning, and I don't know what accent I'm using for her. I keep switching into weird shit, so forgive me.
All of them. She has all the accents.
She has all the accents.
Fantasy accents, man. They can be whatever you
Yep.
want them to be.
She's a
Right?
drow who's been trying to fit in for a while. Anyway. She goes, yes, very fresh. We buried her later the afternoon yesterday. Priest said rites, and I mean, we handled it fairly quickly, I know, but I didn't want her. I wanted her at rest and not in pain.
Understandable.
Not in a reminder for the rest.
If someone was to exhume a body, who would they speak to about that?
The priest at the Church of Ellis, but you won't find much on her. The hospital sent someone. They examined her. They found no wounds, just a weakened body. They said that it was like she just fell asleep and that her organs just shut down.
Well, a person can often provide deep insight even after death. You just know how to ask the right questions, that's all.
Well, you're welcome to go talk to the priest about it. I don't much like the idea of disturbing her, but if you think it will help the rest of the children, it might be worth it.
It may, but we may also not have enough time for that. We will have to discuss it further.
Did you want to see the other children? There are some who still awake.
Could be valuable to ask these children about what they have seen and experienced.
I tried to send them away. I don't know what's happening here, but it seemed like maybe there's a sickness. But many people that I would turn to have gone missing, and I was going to even approach the refugee camp to see if they would take the children on, but they left rather abruptly, and I've just been trying to find other solutions, really, but there haven't been any suitable. And besides the hospital, I mean, I had some of the children stay there, but they still fell ill. It seems no matter where they stay, there was a lady down at the end of the street that took a few in at one time, but it didn't make a difference. And there's been reports from the hospital that some of the others that have wee ones, young children, have also in town experienced similar problems. Must be something that only affects the young. However, there's I mean, I've spoken with some other adults, and a lot of us are unusually tired, myself included.
Have you been experiencing any nightmares?
Not that I remember, but I feel just unrested every time I go to bed. It's like I wake up sore and feeling like I didn't really sleep at all, but it's weird. I've spoken with some of the others in town and they say similar things, so we think this might be some sort of disease or maybe some corrupt chemical warfare developed. I don't know. We're just trying to do the best we can.
Well, perhaps with our assistance we can get to the bottom of this. My companions here seem to have a lead, at least on what this may or may not be. Do the rest of you feel it is worth our time to speak to the other children? I
Yes.
myself would like to speak with the mayor before nightfall.
Mayor's definitely someone we should speak to, but the children might know. We can at least get to this bottom of whether or not this is a story being passed around between them, or if this lady they're describing is something that they're only seeing once they fall ill. Get to determine if they're actually involved or not.
Alright, so you guys go downstairs, and she introduces you to an older boy. His name's Lucas. He is sitting up in bed, looks a bit worn out. He seems to be drinking. The older woman who you saw sweeping earlier is leaving the room, and she looks like she brought him some tea.
Can I, real quick, this is nothing, but I have to. Can I do an insight check on that older woman?
Sure.
See if there's anything that may be amiss about her and the way she carries herself.
Sure.
I don't trust anybody. That's an 18.
An 18 insight check. She looks just like a normal old woman in appearance. You're not seeing anything off in regards to that. She seems to avoid making eye contact with you guys, though, which that could either be just her being mistrustful. She doesn't seem to want to interact with you guys. She hasn't introduced herself. You haven't heard her speak. And she's a little hunched over, walks a little slowly, but purposefully out the door, brushing past you. That's about all you're gleaning from it right now.
Okay. So I'll just be standing there staring down this poor innocent old woman while everyone else is investigating this kid, I guess.
Let me... So do you guys want to talk to Lucas?
Yeah, I guess I'll approach Lucas's bedside, hoping Kieran follows as well, as she's been helping the kids a lot.
Yeah, Kieran's definitely gonna follow.
Hello, I heard your name is Lucas. I'm Sybil. This is my friend Kieran. Do you mind if she takes a look at you? We're trying to get to them.
Sure. Lots of people been by. Look at me. Look at the others. Nothing helps.
I'm sure it gets tiring having everyone come in to look at you all the time.
Doesn't matter. Nobody gets better.
Are you having the nightmares as well?
I think so.
With the lady in them?
Sometimes.
Did this lady were you kids telling stories to each other about her before all this started, or is that something that only... She from a ghost story?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I mean, she fits the description of some, but
Does.
creepy, you know?
Yes.
Some old
As most
witch.
ghost stories are.
You know, like, I see it, I feel like I'm gonna be put in some sort of stew or something. Just creepy.
That's creepy. Is it always the same lady, or is they change?
That's the same one, mostly. No, it's the same one.
Kieran's gonna ask if it's the one with the horns.
Yeah, that one. Sometimes it's shock, though. I saw a picture of one once. Scared me. And drowning. My nightmares tend to be about that. But occasionally, that weird horned lady shows up.
I mean, sharks are terrifying. I understand that.
Right? I don't know why. I saw a picture.
So many teeth.
This book is disturbing. So many
Well, good
teeth.
thing we're
bones.
nowhere near the ocean.
No bones. Weird.
They are weird creatures. As I'm talking to him, I'll just reach out my hand. We'll drop. It's probably not going to do anything, but I will drop 5 points to my lay on hands, which is enough to remove a disease or poison, just to hopefully help him feel a little more invigorized.
Yeah, and he does. You see more color coming to his face. He kind of stretches a little bit, sits up, drinks his tea. Thanks. I don't know what you did there, but I feel a bit better.
It's just a little bit I can do. It's not going to probably help much in the long run. I can't fight off the nightmares. But...
It seems to hurt the little ones most. Younger ones.
Have you watched all the others fall ill?
Yeah.
To start with the youngest ones?
Yeah. Let's spread out from there.
That's unfortunate. I'm glad to see that you're still at least able to stay awake, unlike some of the others.
Thanks.
I hope that you continue to get better.
Me too.
Yeah.
Are you
Hopefully
guys gonna
when
fight?
Crystal...
What's happening? Do you know why we're getting sick? Do you know if it's a disease? Do you know if Eastern Darvasta is attacking us again? Are we going to have a war again?
We're here to get to the bottom of that.
Maybe if
I
I
don't
get
think
stronger.
any of us plan on resting until we do.
Yeah, but if I get stronger, you think I could be a soldier? Could join the army?
I'm sure you could if you wanted to.
Get some payback.
But you gotta practice a lot.
I'll do it. He's like just a spindly stick of a boy.
You gotta wait till you grow up and let those muscles come in.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I'm more look over at Kieran. Is there anything different about him from the others?
Can I do a medicine check on him?
Sure.
I'm gonna use healing kit again. Let's see. How to spell slot. Why do you hate the kids? Stop it!
It's not the kids, they just hate you.
Or
No,
you
they
hate the kids. You
They
hate the
rolled
kids.
You
low
hate-
before. That's a 15.
So he seems a little like more invigorated than the others beyond just what was given to him just now. You get the sense that he also has had energy kind of siphoned off of him, but maybe not at as fast a rate. Maybe not as favorably.
Okay.
Maybe it's his age. Maybe he's able to recover faster. You're not sure.
And he seems a bit healthier than the others, but it could just be his age, maybe? I don't know. I mean, if the older you are, the better you are at resisting some of this stuff. They picked a really good target if they're going after kids.
Says whatever's happening seems to affect the youngest ones first. So. Well, thank you, Lucas. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this soon and everyone can start feeling better.
All right. You get them, Eastern Darvastans. You get them. You tell them.
Right.
Uppity
Karen,
Easters.
So,
I'm just gonna defer to Sybil in this case because I have no idea how to respond to any of this weirdness.
Sybil's just gonna look at him and smile and be like, I expect you to start training once you start getting better.
All right, ma'am. I'll do that.
She's just gonna leave the boy to his dreams because no need to crush those right now.
He shouts out as you're leaving. Easters, they don't got sharks, do they?
They do have a lot of oceans over there. As I walk.
The bastards.
While all of like that conversation and the previous kid, Fudge wants to inspect all the windows in each room, looking for like signs of like entry. And he wants Muffalo to do a good smell test on everything in here. Want him to get a good idea of what's been in the room.
Okay. So, smell check from Muffalo or from Fudge or both?
No, so
Sorry?
Fudge run around sniffing everything.
Fudge is checking. Fudge is telling Muffalo to get a good smell of the area.
Oh, okay.
Like,
just kind of gathering the scents that are there. Okay.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, I'm just. Whatever's been in here, I'm hoping that he can pick up the scent on it or whatever it is.
Okay.
Not necessarily for like anything in this particular moment. I just like if something were to come back around, I would hope that he could distinguish that it's there.
Okay.
And then go ahead.
Oh, he takes a moment and sniffs around the room, the window, the pillows, the blankets.
Okay.
Kind of nudges the kid a bit.
And then Fudge and I would have had Muffalo do this in all the rooms that we go to.
Okay.
But Fudge also, every room we go into, if there's a window, that's Fudge's focus, and he wants to look to see if anything has come, like pried it open or opened it, or if there's any like disheveledness around it, just whatever he can find.
Give me investigation.
Okay. This isn't his strong suit, indoor stuff, but he's gonna try anyways. Oh, that's I wish that would have been a 1 because then I could re-roll it, but that's just a 4.
Gotcha.
Your dice hate the kids too?
Yeah, you don't see much. You notice Muffalo spends a lot of time at the windows, but you're not seeing any signs of why.
Okay.
Can Crystal inspect the windows specifically to see if they can be locked from the inside?
The windows. Would they have locks? Question in DM's mind. Yes.
Are they currently locked?
No, they're trying to let a little bit of fresh air in at times. So some of the windows are cracked open during the day.
Okay, but we don't know if they lock them at night. Okay. All
You
right.
could ask.
Melody, I got a question for you.
All right.
These here windows, do you lock them at night?
We close them. I don't know if we necessarily lock them. I mean, I'm not really concerned about attacks. In wartime, sure, we locked everything or stood in bunkers when it got real bad, but I mean, we've relaxed a bit, so I don't know. Sometimes.
Okay. Seth, Kieran, no, like I don't know too much about this kind of stuff, but like you're talking about maybe things coming through the windows that maybe we can't see or I can't see. Um, would there be like if we were to lock like all the windows but one, would that maybe make them whatever it is? Would they go for that window, or do they just come like through the windows and they don't give no, never mind whether it's locked or not?
I
Um,
suppose that would
I don't
depend
know.
on their abilities. I have seen creatures able to squeeze through the smallest crack before. Or depending on the type of lock that is on the window, it could be a very trivial thing to open it. If they have an ability such as the mage hand that I use, they could simply apparate it on the other side of the window and open the latch. Not that I'm speaking from experience too much.
Okay, yeah, like like I'm used to getting into places where you ain't supposed to be, and I know there's ways to do it, even for me. But like, I'm just wondering, like, if we were to lock, say, all the windows but one, and leave that one sort of more open, would it maybe make it like more more that they might come through that way? I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
It's certainly possible.
If
If this... Go ahead.
um, you think something is attacking the children,
I know something's attacking the children.
I think it's a creature of some sort that's coming in.
I've never seen any creature.
Some of them could be
Something only
real
the children
sneaky,
can see.
or has invisibility features.
If that's true, you should watch over Maggie. She's the sickest right now. You helped her a bit, but I fear for her. If she's to be attacked again, I guess, I don't know if she'd survive.
Sounds like
Is
this.
Maggie is Maggie the one Kieran cast did the upcast of Lesser Restoration on?
She is the one you cast Lesser Restoration on.
Okay.
Yeah. She the youngest.
She is.
Seems to be, from the information your kids are telling me, it seems to be targeting the youngest kids the most. Or I don't know if it's preference or because they're easier to latch onto.
Well, if it's using fear, I mean, it's way easier to scare a kid than it is to scare a grown-up.
But you did help her, and she's awake now, so maybe one of the other children would be more at risk now. Besides her, Daniel hasn't been well either, and he's still asleep. Whatever you did to him didn't wake.
Well, I need to try and save some of my strength for tonight. I'm not sure how well off I'm gonna be, but
I would say watch over either Daniel or Maggie, because I mean, if this creature had a preference, it would probably go for one of them, I would imagine, based on what you're saying.
are they both on the same floor?
Yes, the rooms right next to each other upstairs.
Can we put them in beds side by side?
Certainly. That can be arranged.
What time is it right now?
It is probably around 5.
How long would it take to get to the hospital and back?
The hospital's fairly close to the orphanage. It'd be probably a short 5 or 10 minute walk through town. I'd say 5 minutes.
I'm gonna look at Sybil and go. I'm gonna go see if I can talk to Hilda and see if there are any other actual clerics and not just, you know, I don't want to be mean, but any people who can actually channel divinity and not people who can just read scripture.
We should probably head out with you. I do believe Cephalus wanted to talk to them as well. But I'm not. We just need to be back before nightfall. This creature seems.
Yeah,
this creature likes to attack at night.
So to make things go a little bit faster, since we are unfortunately short on time and episodes, what are you guys trying to achieve? So you want to go to the hospital, and what are you trying to get?
Kieran specifically wants to see if there's actually any like clerics.
There are not. They have some more like ranger like medicine abilities, or like some basic like healing word cure wounds. A few of them have cure wounds, mostly healing word style little bursts. Nothing of a cleric's level.
Do they potentially have access to clerical scrolls?
They do not. That was something that was more in the major cities. So usually what happened is when people would become greatly ill, if they had the means, they would be sent to the hospitals in the city that had more powerful healers. But since the war and the devastation and destruction of Hope, the bigger city of Hope, not Little Hope, they've been severely lacking in that kind of resource. Anything else you're trying to gain or achieve at the hospital?
I mean, are there any children at the hospital who are like near, death's,
There are a few children that have been admitted, but they seem to be still alert. They're a bit older, and they're just a little weakened and sick. You also notice, you remember when you were in the hospital last time, it was fairly bustling. There's much less people around. Seems a bit quiet.
I'm going to ask if it's because people have passed or people are missing.
You find out that people have gone missing in greater number. But there's been some people going missing, kind of trickling, nothing terribly abnormal, as they get a lot of refugees that just come in and leave and go. But in the past day or two, there's been some locals that have gone missing as well, which was more unusual. And a larger number just in the past night.
Crystal would like to ask the sheriff if it's known why the refugee camp packed up and left so suddenly.
Sure. So you go see Sheriff Buck and his dog-like features, and he's like for those who are joining us, he's sort of like a golden retriever person, like a tabaxi, but a golden retriever version. They're a race called Anubians in my worlds. But he's a more golden retriever version. And he is excited to see you guys. Asks you about the church and how that mission went. And he also lets you know that your payment for accomplishing the mission, if you do tell him kind of like, what you saw and what you took care of, has been delayed. That there's been shipments that was of relief funds that have gone missing. And so he apologizes and says the minute they get the shipments in, they will get that to you right away. And thanks you for kind of helping with that. And when you ask about the refugees, he does mention that they came and spoke to him about a large number of their people going missing in the night. And it spooked them. And they seem to be having an argument amongst themselves. But ultimately, they decided to leave in the early afternoon. So they're probably not terribly far, because they left just a little bit before you guys arrived to town, based on what the sheriff's information was. But
Yeah, but we
something
can't go
spooked
chasing
them
now.
enough to make them leave. Anything else you guys would like to try to... anyone you'd like to try to see? Or anything you'd like to try to do? I know there was mention of going to talk to the priest. Maybe bringing up the girl.
Yeah. I thought about that. I don't think we have the time for it before nightfall.
It would be a bit difficult, tight. It might
Yeah.
be possible, but it would be tight.
And I was originally going to go speak to the mayor as well, but my questions have already been answered.
Okay. You do notice that when you were looking for the mayor, she's also gone missing. And most of the people you talk to assume that she's investigating why people have gone missing. They just immediately assume she's spurred into action, but the more people you mention her to, or like try to find out if they've seen her, people haven't actually seen her all day. They just assume that she's busy somewhere, but nobody's actually seen her today, as you've been asking around.
In that case, when we're talking to the sheriff, can I ask him if, the people going missing is what's setting all the townsfolk on edge? I want to clarify that's what it. You kind of explained that we've noticed everyone's shutting the doors when we walk by.
Yeah, he nods, and he says that it spooked the sudden disappearances, especially last night, has seemed to spooked people quite a bit.
Just want to make sure there wasn't additional things that were spooking them. All right, that's my only question.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's nothing else specific that I'd like to talk to anybody in town about, but before we all go back into the orphanage, I would like to speak to the group as a whole.
Okay, you guys all gather. Where do you want to gather at? Do you go to the
I
tavern?
imagine-
Do you go just somewhere else in the orphanage, outside?
Just outside the orphanage, I think, as it's getting pretty late in the day, so we want to kind of keep on that track.
Okay. So you guys gather on the porch of the orphanage. There's also a yard in front of you. Or if you want to go to the back, there is a bit of a backyard where you see some children's toys strewn about. No children, sadly, playing, but...
I have a hypothesis that I would like to share with everyone. I believe that this town, or hopefully not, this part of the world as a whole, is a target for Vala, the other half of Velis. When I touched that book, I learned their story. And when this Vala character fights, attacks, they first go for cattle and livelihood. We saw that on the Prohaska farm. They then go for gold and wealth, the delay of the relief funds. And then they go for family, children, the orphanage. I think this is all pointing to that. I do not know to what end, but I think there is something much, much larger and much, much more powerful than that winged woman that we fought behind all of this.
So their god is good and evil? I don't understand.
seems their god is quite complicated, yes.
Sybil, you hear in your mind, she's rather close. Not quite.
That doesn't help because two women are talking to each other. Which is she referring to?
I think on that, I'm going to take a moment, and my eyes will probably unfocus for a moment as I try to trace myself back to the source of that voice. Because I want to know more about that statement. And I don't care what kind of trouble it's going to get me in, because these kids are in danger.
All right, give me another internal insight check.
These are the weirdest things. I don't know why, but in my head and inside myself it feels so weird. What is my insight? Oh yeah, it's +0. So that is a 19 on the die.
And you kind of lose focus, and you feel the presence a little stronger. It's sort of relaxed, almost like a lounging presence, and you get an image of a woman with this snake body, like female on the top, horns, snake body, just kind of lounging on like this couch in your mind. And she has
in the
like
mindscape.
in her mindscape, and she has like this glass of wine, or what you would guess, some red liquid that she's kind of swirling about. She goes, "Oh, hello. Yes."
Hello. Because now we're painting a mindscape picture, so basically we're approaching cautiously. So there's still a lot of skepticism, a lot of caution from Sybil.
"Oh, please, have a seat." And a chair just swoops up behind your butt, and you're sitting. And you get thrust forward right in front of her.
Sounds like you know what's happening.
Of course.
Taking her in and taking Sybil, what Cephas has described from all of her, what she found out about Vala, she's going to make the leap face and be like, I presume you are Vala, or a piece of her.
And you see its snake-like tongue kind of flick out.
They said they're close, so is this your doing?
Is what my doing? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific.
What's going on in the town? The illness affecting the children?
Yes and no. Dear one. Quick now, you haven't much time before your friends shake you.
How do we stop it? The children don't deserve to suffer. They have done nothing.
That is no matter to me, but if you'd like to stop it, I know how.
What will it take to get you to tell me? I can see that you're not willing to do it for free. Or have the goodness of your heart. Doesn't seem to be your nature.
It is not. And she smiles, and there's just fangs. Almost like vampiric, but her mouth just gets a little wider. Like she can unhinge it if she wanted to. Kill the things. The traitors. You are on their trail. Promise. Kill. And I'll tell you how to help the children.
You want me to kill your traitors?
Yes.
You willing to tell me who these traitors are?
Yes.
Very well.
use this. And she she's got these kind of taloned hands, more like claws, I guess. And she kind of thrusts it forward into your chest. And you pulse with a green energy. That'll help. You're looking for the Night Sisters. The traitors. Bitches. Went against orders. This business with the children. Their appetite. I had more sophisticated designs on the people of this town. Such have been disrupted. I have my suspicions, but I know not of them, Master. Kill the Night Sisters. Check their blood.
Find them.
Did she say check their blood?
Drink.
Bro, I was like, that's just as bad.
Yeah.
I don't know where they are. Powerful magic is shielding them from me. Sense their betrayal. You'll have to figure that out. Be careful, though. You are right. They hunt at night. They will come for the youngest first. It is their appetite. They are weak and will reveal themselves at the point of feeding, and at the point of feeding only. But if you can get them, disrupt the feeding, they will likely flee, follow, and kill. And then she kind of leans forward and looks like she's about to kiss you and bites you on your neck. And you wake up. Or you're standing there. You're just kind of glazed over. The rest of you literally just saw Sybil for like a solid 2 minutes. Has this like green glow to her eyes. They're rolled back and she's just standing there catatonic.
Are you okay?
Peachy.
That didn't look peachy. That looked possessy.
No, don't think so. But I did remember where I've heard about those creatures before. The Night Sisters, they're called. They do hunt at night. They do go after the youngest, so it fits what we're seeing. Unfortunately, they only reveal themselves when they feed. So the way to catch them is when they go to feed. Probably want to be stationed in whatever room the youngest child is in. And then we should be able to follow them back to whatever lair they came from.
Fudge is concerned about Sybil and wants to definitely see if she's lying about where she just got this information.
Okay,
Sure.
give me an insight check. Versus your deception.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Terrible.
Not good.
I got a
Oh,
16.
wow. That's terrible for you? Oh, gosh.
Not terrible. It's middle of the road.
No, I didn't. I only got an 8.
I rolled as well. I rolled a 23.
She's definitely lying about where she got the information from.
I feel like I could have put that together just from seeing that familiar green glow.
Yeah, I
bit
feel like that should
telling.
have given you guys some advantage.
Considering all the times like Kieran has given Mother Superior like a story, yeah, Kieran is just like she's giving me a story, but she's not gonna tell me the truth. So I'm hoping what she says is at least a half truth, because that's better than an outright lie.
I mean, Septhus knows it's almost a half truth. Location of the information was wrong, but the location was truthful.
I believe our plans are unchanged as of now. We wait for these creatures to appear and make our move.
Do you remember a way to kill them, hurt them, stop them from getting away?
I don't know how to stop them from getting away. It's probably best we follow them to where they are, because there's going to be more than one. But the way the stories go, you disrupt their feeding. You can stop them from feeding, they get very upset about it.
If they try to run, make sure they can't get away too fast. I'll be able to track them.
I have a way of keeping things close to me.
Do we all know if these things fly?
Certainly possible.
Any of you folks know how to fly?
Complicated.
I forgot about that feature.
Like when you ask that, Kieran goes, "It's complicated."
But I've seen you with wings sometimes.
I don't really understand about it, but again, it's I don't know. Like yeah and no. I don't know. That's the best I got.
Well, shall we head into the orphanage then and set ourselves up?
Mm-hmm.
Before we head in there, though, Sybil, if I may have a word.
Certainly.
Privately.
We'll stand there and watch, assuming the others go inside, watch the others go inside.
Oh, I made a mistake about my dark vision. It's 300 feet, not 60 feet.
Yeah. No, yeah, Twilight Clerics have ridiculous
Just
dark vision,
ridiculous.
and then they can share it with people.
Once a long rest.
Yeah. I think it lasts for like an hour when you share it too.
That'll probably be useful tonight.
Yeah.
If she has it.
I got a long rest, so.
Yep.
I'll wait until everyone else has started to make their way into the orphanage. I'll kind of put my hand on Sybil's shoulder. This group only functions if we are honest with each other. If we are truthful with each other. Hiding things, Sybil, will only lead us to disaster. And then I'm going to proceed into the orphanage.
Sybil greatly disagrees. But you've already walked away, so
And
we'll
you
just follow
feel
you in afterwards.
kind of disgust rolling off of you from inside as well at those words.
in Sybil's mind, the group functions because we were told to function. Very much more material. And I can't now pronounce that word. Much more militaristic in her view. You take a unit, you throw those people together. They function because they have to.
It falls apart real quick if they're not honest with each other.
It does, but Sybil doesn't see it that way.
And you just hear whispers kind of in the back, kind of affirming and strengthening that initial feeling of your own. Just like, they don't need to know everything about you. They don't need to know these things. They won't understand. Like, just little whispers kind of reaffirming it. So, all right. So,
never a good thing.
what's the game plan? How are you guys setting up? Are you going for like a stealthy approach? Are you gonna hide anywhere? Are you going to just stay guns pointed? What are you? I know you're maneuvering anybody anywhere. Are you setting up false? Like, what are you doing? What's your setup?
For the setup of the orphanage, I think the plan was to put the sickest and youngest kids in a single room together, and lock all the windows in the orphanage except the window in that room.
Okay, so that's achieved. Maggie and Daniel are in the same room. The window is slightly cracked open. The other windows have been closed and locked.
Unless the group... I was going to say, unless the group has a problem with it, when I sleep, I'm not unconscious. So I can appear to be sleeping as a supervisor in the room, but I will still be able to see what's happening. I can see and hear as normal, is what the trait says. So...
Crystal is very much out of her element here, so she would just be sort of following directions. If there's anyone she feels has got something, says stand here, do this, whatever, I would basically do in this kind of a scenario, I would do what the people who have more experience with this kind of thing suggest.
Is this can you describe the building a little bit? Like, is it a 1-floor building,
It's
two floors?
two-story building, decently sized. They've got like a large, dining hall. There's a kitchen. The rooms themselves are fairly small. There seems to be a living space where the people would gather around a hearth. There's a back door to a yard in the back that leads out of the town eventually into the forest. And there is it's fairly spaced away from the neighbors. They've got a good amount of space around the building of yard before they get to the next neighbors on either side. There's the main street in front of the building after it gets past the front yard and the porch area. There's a roof, obviously. That's sort of like a pointed roof. They do not have electric light in the orphanage. They have there are some buildings here that have electric light, but this is not one of them. You see Melody going around lighting candles on sconces as it gets darker, as the sun sets.
Are all the bedrooms on the second floor?
No, there are 6 small rooms on the... Well, would it be 6? No, it would be... Because there would be 2 kids per... There's 3 rooms on the upper floor. And then there's the... more of like a... sort of a master bedroom, but it's not really. There's 2 beds in there where you assume the headmistress and the old woman sleep. So there's their room. There's a bathroom, like a communal bathroom. And then there's the 3 bedrooms where the children that are sickest are being laid. And there's 2 beds per room. And then downstairs there are 3 more bedrooms, 2 beds per room, and there is the living spaces.
Did we put all the kids? Which room did we put all the kids into? Sorry.
So they're upstairs currently. There are Maggie and Daniel in the farthest room on the end, and then next to them, there was one kid in each. Well, there's 5 of them that was up there actually. So there's one bedroom that has an open bed, and the rest are full. Unless you want to move the kids downstairs.
I don't know the best course of action, but we do need a. We do need to be like, once these things show up, we do need to be able to deal with them without children all over the place. I don't know how we can make that feasible. You could try like.
We can just have Melody just gather all the children to the lower floor.
Put them in the largest room.
Yeah. Also, before all the stuff kicks off, I'm gonna press my luck and I'm going to cast Augury as a ritual.
Okay. Let me see the description for augury again, because I always forget.
Can you pop that up in Roll20?
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
thanks. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, I just need to remember.
Yep.
So what are you throwing down as your augury? Tokens?
So Kieran has she has like a bag of gems that she has specifically cut into moons and stars.
Okay.
It's she basically has a bag of gem Lucky Charm marshmallows.
Okay.
It's the easiest description for what they are, because almost all of the marshmallows and Lucky Charms can or directly is a symbol for Saloon. So she basically just chucks them out in front of her, and she just starts going through her prayer beads, and she's just specifically she wants to know if the measures that we're taking, she knows they're not going to be perfect, but is this the best we can do? I'm guessing that that's the answer. If there's more we can do, then hopefully that'll be gleamed upon. But right now, she can't think of anything better than what we've had planned, but she doesn't know if this is going to work or not.
In order to answer that properly, I would need to know what everyone's planning to do tonight. Like, where are they posting? Is anyone posting up outside? Is anyone posting in the room, outside of the room? Are you trying to hide? Are you staying in plain sight? Are you deceiving and trying to pretend you're asleep? Like, what is everyone's game plan in terms of where you're positioning and what your actions are?
Kieran is basically, she's just gonna she's not gonna stay with the youngest, but she's gonna stay with the boy, and she's just gonna basically act like she's sitting vigil, which is not really a hard thing for her because it's not like she hasn't done it before. So she's just basically just kind of gonna look like she's half asleep, just sleeping next to one of the sicker kids.
Okay.
Sybil wants to stay with the youngest, as she feels that's one's going to be the targeted.
Maggie. Okay.
Yeah.
The sicker one is Daniel, so Kieran is over by Daniel.
Yep, I'll be over by Maggie.
Over by Maggie.
I don't want to fake sleep because I can go into that shutdown mode and still be able to see and hear, so I can pull myself out of it when something starts happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I plan on just basically pulling over some sort of bedding or cot for myself, laying down on it as if I was sleeping, and then going into that shutdown mode, which makes me appear inert.
Okay.
but I can see in here, so it's sleeping. She is technically sleep. It's her sleep.
Okay. And what are the
But-
rest of you doing? Planning?
How many? So there's windows peering into this room, correct?
Yeah, there's one window peering into each room. One in the hall.
Oh, sorry. Did we move everyone downstairs, or are they still upstairs?
I don't know. Did you? I'm assuming you're staying upstairs.
The two sickest, the boy and the girl, are in the room with the unlocked window.
Yep, on the
Okay.
end on the upstairs room. Unless you guys want to move them downstairs.
I
I
was
think,
talking to put them in one room. Were we doing that?
Yeah, keeping the sickest upstairs, but all the other kids moving them downstairs so they're kind of out of the way if something kicks off.
Okay.
I
kind of have them bunking together a little bit downstairs, laying the unconscious ones. Yeah, they're small enough to fit two to a bed.
I want to stay as close as I can to what we believe is most likely the target for tonight.
Okay.
Because the first thing I'm going to do is hunter mark the first creature I see that looks like a shithead.
Okay.
That way, if that one gets away, I'll have the ability to potentially track it. And so I don't want them to be able to get away, or if they do get away, I want to be able for us to be able to follow them.
Okay.
So wherever that puts me at best, like I need to be within sight of them, obviously, and I would like to be within the action immediately. So maybe I will be just outside the room
Okay.
with Muffalo and kind of posted up there, and we might have like the door creaked something, or just so that way it makes it a little easier to kind of maybe see in, or
Sure.
or make it easier for me to hear what's going on in there.
Okay. Any other preparations? Or where's Crystal and where's Seth?
Well, I suspect Crystal would. I mean, I was hoping someone might give her direction as to where she would be best located, and she will ask for that specifically.
But Seth will actually ask Crystal to accompany her, and she will be downstairs, patrolling back and forth the hallway that's connected to the rooms that all the other kids are in, and she'll crack all those doors open a little bit. So if anything happens inside those rooms between Crystal and I, hopefully we can hear it, or if anything happens upstairs, we can hear that and get upstairs as fast as we can.
Okay.
Okay. Or if they flee, we are on the main floor, which might make
That
it
too,
easier
yeah.
for us. Okay. And I would have my widow at the ready and with the drow sight on it. Now, I don't know if we were going to just risk the fatigue and stay awake, or if we're going to actually just sort of take turns taking watches. But
I mean,
I
I would have to have a long rest anyway to get any spell slots back, and I doubt very seriously, like that's gonna happen.
You guys do have some hours before, like a couple of hours before it hits nightfall, after you guys make your plans. If you want to like take a nap, a short rest, I know that probably won't help many of you at all, but we could say that'll help stave off exhaustion for a little bit longer by like taking a little bit of a rest before this long evening. So if you guys wanted to.
I would take the short rest to get my grit point back.
Okay.
And
I'll take a short rest if it'll stave off an exhaustion point.
Yes, that one.
Mm-hmm.
I will short rest as well, so I can spend a hit die to recover that HP that I took damage from looking at you, Sybil.
From looking at you.
Quit looking at me.
Never.
Blinded you with science.
So knowing all of that, with your augury, and you're kind of asking, like, have we taken enough precautions? You're gonna hate this, but it's a wheel and a woe. I know, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, like I said, I mean, I have no idea. So that's why she's doing it. Like, she's just, you know,
You get the sense
like,
that some things have been good ideas and some things could cause problems.
well, she doesn't know which ones are going to be good and which ones are bad, and she doesn't want to change plans last minute because that could just make things worse than what they are.
Yeah.
So, she's hoping whatever is the woe we can deal with efficiently and capitalize on whatever the wheel is.
Preparations made. A little bit of rest. Oh, go ahead.
Well, one real quick thing. I keep forgetting to do this. Mage armor.
Okay. That's fair. Night falls. Moon rises. And you guys start taking action, take your places, and wait. And several hours pass. The night goes on. The feeling of tension that you guys started out with sort of starts to relax a little bit, but and then I'm going to need perception checks from those who are upstairs.
Can Muffalo do one too?
Sure.
Okay. I got a 16.
Okay.
I got a 9.
Okay.
But let me see what Muffalo's is. Muffalo got a 16 also.
Okay. Kieran?
21.
Nice.
From outside the room, Muffalo, he's been kind of resting. He kind of stirs a little bit. Kind of sniffs the air. Looks a little confused. Sybil and Kieran, you hear the sound of the window start to be lifted. Kieran, you hear a bit of a rasp, and you hear this scraping sound of claws on wood. And if any of you look up in the direction of the window?
If I don't want to tilt my head because I figure that how I'm resting, I would be trying to keep both of the kids in my peripheral view
Okay.
while I'm have my head. So I don't want to make any I don't want to react like I hear the window, but I want to be aware of anything that whatever's making that scratchy noise. Like if it gets close to either of these two kids, I want to be ready.
Okay.
I assumed I put the cotton on the side of the girl that I could see both the girl and the really, really sick kid for where I'm laying, so I don't also want to react because I'm waiting for her to appear.
Okay.
And Fudge still has my vigilant blessing because he never used it.
Yeah, that thing just doesn't go away unless you recast it.
Nope.
It'll literally be there for days. It's awesome.
And Fudge, you see Muffalo slowly start to get a little bit more alert. As it seems unsure, but then he starts kind of slowly lifting himself up into more of a standing position for him, and he looks pointedly at the door.
If I have a chance to react to that, I will start. I've probably been sitting on the ground, so I'm probably just gonna kind of start slowly pressing myself up. I mean, extremely slow.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna try to peek through the door to see if I see anything.
Okay. And give me a stealth check from you and Muffalo, since you guys are moving a little bit.
So Muffalo got a Uh, 13.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, 2 14s on the dice for me. My stealth is a 15.
Okay. Those of you who are in the room, you hear. And what, Sybil, where are you exactly again? Are you on the floor or?
Pulled a cot over. So I was trying to stay like eye level with the beds, so I could see the top of both beds. So
Oh, okay. So you're laying on the cot, and you hear the sound of like something depressing on the mattress in front of Maggie. And if you kind of, your vision, you don't see anything, but you see like the indentation of weight being put on the bed as it kind of seems to be getting closer to the child. And
definitely, I'm waiting for the moment when they appear to do anything.
You see weight on either side of the child's pillow. And then I need you and Kieran to give me deception checks as you're trying to pretend that you're asleep right now.
Yes, you love the children.
19.
The dice love the children. That's good to see.
This one loves the children. Those other two fuckers.
Yeah, I got a couple of them dice today too.
All right.
19.
Nothing seems to spook the creature. And in a
I
moment...
got a 22.
Perfect. In a moment, you see, as you're kind of got your eyes slightly open, lidded, like closed, trying to deceive that you're sleeping, but like peeking through your ever so slightly. You see this figure with this flowing robe of tattered, shredded maroon, long black hair flowing out, long horns, hooked nose and face, dark skin, long, unnaturally long fingers and with sharp nails on the ends. And you see it this energy start to flow from the child into its open mouth as it breathes in.
I am gonna attack.
Yeah.
The second
okay.
I see that.
All right.
Same here.
So that'll be a surprise attack, a surprise round from you and Sybil. So, who is the faster dex between the two of you?
Probably her.
Okay.
I have a 0 on my dex.
-1.
All right.
Okay.
Kieran, your attack goes through first. So what are you doing? And then we're going to be going into initiative, so everyone can roll initiative.
I'm holding on to my flail, and I'm basically just going to bring it down on her horny, nasty head.
Okay. Go ahead and roll attack.
That's going to be a 19 total.
Okay. That hits.
Okay, yay. So I know I need at least that much. And so it's gonna be D8 bludgeoning and D4 radiant. Oh my god, really die? Really? So 2 radiant and 2 bludgeoning.
Okay.
My awesome surprise attack.
You see the bludgeoning seems to get.
Oh wait, it's 3 bludgeoning because it's a +1 weapon.
Okay. And you see the bludgeoning seems to get stopped a little bit by them. doesn't seem to be quite as effective as you normally would have expected the blow to do, but the creature does cry out in pain, this unnatural scream, and whips around at you, looking at you with these just sickly but bright yellow eyes. And Sybil, that's when your attack goes through. What are you doing?
Attempting to lunge out with my while my blade is snapping out, since it snaps out from my arm like it does.
Okay.
To just plunge it into I would like to. I don't know which direction I'm facing, if I'm laying on my left side or my right side, but if it's possible, I want to try and be making like an upward slash towards, like, the blade extends out between her and the child and comes up towards the creature.
Okay. And when your blade extends out, you notice that it has this this light green glow to it, and you're in the heat of the moment, but you swear you saw that in the metal of the blade, it looks like this etching of like a scaled design along the blade. And add a +3 to your hit, or to your roll, your attack.
Damn!
There it is. Didn't roll great, so +3 is going to put me at a 19.
That hits.
Oh, D8 +4 is going to be 9 points slashing.
Okay. And the attack doesn't seem to go as deep as you were hoping, but it does cause the creature to cry out again. And okay, so initiative rolls.
Fudge has advantage.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
That
was needed.
I'm sorry, Fudge, what'd you get?
I got a 15.
15? Okay. Kieran?
13.
13. Seth?
19.
Nice one, Seth. Sybil?
0?
Oh, God. All right. And Crystal?
22.
Nice, Crystal.
I swear I'm gonna look up your neighborhood, and if you have a Spanish Harlem or something like that, I'm gonna see if I can find a brujeria and have someone come to your house and do a blessing and burn some sage.
On our dice.
Look, these dice don't belong to this character, and they get kind of pissed sometimes, okay? I borrowed dice from a different character because I don't have good dice for this character, and they get pissed about it.
Oh.
And yes, that was a natural 1 with my -1 modifier.
So what kind of scream did it make? Like a like that kind of sound, but worse. To answer chat. Hopefully that didn't hurt anybody's ears too badly. So up first is Crystal. Crystal, give me a perception check to see if you even know anything's going on. So free perception check.
21.
Switch the music. This is too mellow. Yeah, you definitely hear sounds of a scuffle upstairs. Something is happening.
Okay. Would you allow me to say something to Seth?
You've already used I would say no. You used a free action to let you do the perception check.
Oh, okay.
But you could dart off. That'd probably be a good enough message for her, honestly.
Yeah, I'm basically just going to sort of, I'm gonna run up the stairs is what I'm gonna try to do. And I'm not sure how far I'll get, but.
All right. So you run up the stairs. With your movement, you can get up to the top of the stairs with the 30 feet of movement that you can do. If you want to dash, you could probably get to the outside of the doorway.
Okay, so that's basically going to be my turn, isn't it?
Yep.
But I can't do anything where I am anyway. I'm going to dash.
Okay.
So I'll just dash up to the door.
So you dash up to the door. You have your weapon at the ready.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, but chat says Siva's a little low.
Got it. I'll turn her up. There we go. Hopefully that'll help. Next up is Seth. You see Crystal jet upstairs.
I'm gonna follow suit, and I will dash as well, giving me
Okay.
60 feet of movement.
All right, so you make it about the same place as Crystal, right outside the door. Fudge,
Going in.
you go in. You see this creature has revealed itself and is screaming.
Is it still on top of the bed?
It is. It's hovering over the child.
I'm literally going to ignore an attack. I'm just going to try to tackle this creature off the other side of the bed, essentially.
So the bed is pressed up against a wall, and then there's the window.
Gotcha. Never mind. I'm going to go up there and slam my spear right into its face.
Okay.
Before that, though, I am going to hunter's mark it.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Noted. Hunter's marked.
Is it just the one creature in here that I see
Just
so
the
far?
one. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're muted, Ezra.
I was gonna say it sounded like there were two because I thought there was a depression on both sides of the child.
You see now that it's
Hands.
revealed itself.
Oh.
It's its weight. It's its hands
Okay, that makes sense.
on either
All right.
side of the pillow as it was leaning and looming over the child.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Poor child's gonna get covered in monster blood.
So I'm gonna do what I want to do. Is there 20 feet between Muffalo and this creature?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so-
wait. Let's see. Just barely, but yes.
Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to have Muffalo charge and do his special attack. What is that called again? Oh, his charge attack. And basically, if he hits, he does some damage, slashing damage, and then the creature has to give a strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we can just flavor it that if it happens, Muffalo can pull him to the ground off of the bed.
We'll see.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. That's all I'm saying is I'm asking for that. So
Yeah, we'll see if
we're
that
gonna
happens.
we're gonna do Muffalo first, and then I will run to attack. That is a spell tech fire. Make sure I got this right. 16 to hit.
16 misses.
All right, that's fine. Then I'll just run up and use my last attack to hit. Try
So
to hit
that
this guy.
was that Muffalo doing that?
Yep.
Okay,
I'm sacrificing one of my attacks for him to do his attack.
got it. And he acted first. So Muffalo rushes in there and goes for a claw attack, and the creature kind of moves in a way that Muffalo hesitates because he fears that since the creature has moved, he's gonna hit the child. And in that mode of hesitation, he just like swipes
Right
at the
thing to do,
air
Muff.
because he just thinks better of it in the moment.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do, Muffalo. As I go slamming in with my spear.
Yep. Roll.
That is horrible. I rolled a 2 on the dice, and I know I'm not.
Yeah.
I think that's 9. Yeah.
That's gonna miss. So you go in for your spear, and Muffalo being kind of in the way and the child being there, You can't quite find the right purchase, so you make a wild stab in an area where you feel like it'd be safest, but the creature is a bit just darts about and you miss, and it kind of hits the wall on the other side, and you pull a spear out. Caution, because of the danger in the area, is making you miss, but you figure caution is a bit better than hurting your companion or the child, so you miss.
If there's enough room for us to stay engaged with the character, I want me and Muffalo to kind of like shift a little bit, so that way there's an avenue forward for anyone else to try to get in or shoot or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Sure, yeah, you have a little movement left. You guys both kind of just shift off to the side, ducking for someone else to get in there. Brings us to Kieran's turn.
Kieran is going to presume that the scream was from the radiant damage and not the weak-ass bludgeoning damage that her flail attack did. So she is going to hope she doesn't roll well, and she is going to try Sacred Flame. So I need a DC 15 save.
Got it.
Since I'm very low on spell slots, try to get the freebies.
And it's a what? Say dexterity? Dexterity?
Yeah, dexterity 15.
Oh, she fails.
Woohoo! 2d8 radiant. Come on, baby. All right, that is 11 points of radiant damage.
Nice. And you hear the scream again. And it whips around angrily, staring at you, and then looks around, taking in its surroundings. Is there anything else you're gonna do?
No one's hurt, so I'm holding my bonus action, but I'm Kieran, just like in just an angry, very non-Kieran voice. She goes, "You'll not have these children tonight."
The creature kind of just snarls at you. Looks around the room, seeing that she's a bit surrounded, doesn't like that, is going to use... Let's see what she's gonna do. Okay, yeah, that won't work. She's going to basically use an action to disengage and flees through the window, scrambling down the walls of the building, and tries to make it as far as she can, heading towards the woods. But she's still in sight. So you guys, that brings us to Sybil.
I'm where I get out of the bed to start with, which is half my movement. With the other portion of my movement, can I make it over to the window to see where the creature is at?
Sure. You see her. She seems to be darting off towards the woods, leaving a trail of some ichor behind from the wounds.
About how far from the building does she seem to be?
She is about... She traveled essentially 30 feet, but from the building itself, she's about 10 feet out. She's not very far. Or no, it would be like 15. Actually, would she just drop? Yeah, she would just drop.
Take that fall damage.
I am gonna take that fall damage.
But she probably has resistance, so she doesn't really care.
That is
Jerk.
probably accurate. Okay. So she just literally drops and books it, so she's about 30 feet away from the building. Give or take.
I'm gonna follow suit. I'm gonna go ahead and jump out the window.
Okay.
Oh dear God. You're not resistant to bludgeoning.
No! No, I am not. But I don't want this thing
8
going.
points bludgeoning damage.
I can take that. And I will, remember I have to use my action to dash. I don't know how much of my movement I use. I had 15 feet once I stood up, so I'll use whatever movement I have there to keep moving.
You can catch up
And
with
then
her if you want to with the dash. You can't do anything, but you catch up
No.
with her.
I was told they have a lair, and there's probably more than one, so I'm going to not do anything else. I could possibly keep her here, but I want to follow her back to the lair, so I'm just going to chase.
Okay. Now, a question for the group. Is that what you all would like to do? Is chase, follow? They'll bring us to a different type of scenario.
I would, because I have a ranged weapon, I would attack before I would jump out the window.
Okay, so
You're gonna jump
basically I'm asking, are you guys choosing to follow the creature back to its lair, or are you choosing to make a stand here against the one creature?
Do the rest
Potentially
of us
letting the others go.
know that it has a lair somewhere?
Sybil did mention following it back, because there's probably more than one. That is something she mentioned.
We've also only seen the one, so as far as we know, she's it.
I mean, Sybil shared that information after I had my talk with Vala. That there's most likely more than one. She said they usually come in packs.
Well, I mean, if we can keep the one that's running here, that'd be optimal. I mean, just because if they're a group of whatever she is, I'd rather onesie twosie them than threesie them. I mean, I don't have a way of stopping her from getting to her lair, but I'm just gonna keep chasing until we catch her and kill her.
Was it clear to all of us that there was more than one of these?
Again, Sybil told you what she told you, so you know what she told you. That's what you know. She told you there was likely more than one. So whether you believe her or not is your decision. But
my temptation actually is to stay at the orphanage. Because I have that ranged weapon, if something else comes, I think that would be what I would tend to do.
this is gonna need to be a group decision. I'm not gonna split the group here.
Oh, okay. All right.
You don't want to. I'll just DM, and since we only have a few episodes left, I'm just gonna tell you, don't split the party. Just keep it together. Otherwise, it'll be an unfun experience for one of the groups that gets left behind.
I mean, we haven't already seen that in Sonata.
Well, actually, if Sybil then has jumped out the window, she's obviously heading out. So then, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, sorry.
It's fine. I just want to know your instincts. It sounds like some of you still want to fight, some of you want to go. So I guess we'll continue to play this out for now until there's a decision. If you want to stay in the window until a decision is made and make shots, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. I'm letting player Siva know that if you're planning on letting them go ahead and you stay behind, I'd rather you make a decision to either all stay or all go. That's what I mean.
Okay.
But if you guys are still kind of playing things out, figuring it out, that's fine.
Fudge is going to follow. I mean, he's going to hit if he can, but he's going to follow. But he knows that this isn't like he has an hour on Hunter's Mark, so he knows that he has an opportunity to track this even if we lose it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sounds great. So we'll continue with initiative with Crystal at the top. So I'm guessing you're going to want to make a shot?
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
So, over to the window and first shot.
Fire.
Shoot in the back of the knee.
Yeah. Okay, that's going to be a dirty 20.
That hits. Roll damage.
Okay, and that is going to be 11 on the dice, so that is 11 and 3 is 14 damage.
What type of damage? Piercing?
That is a let's see, ranged weapon. Looks like that's piercing.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. You see it strike true. Maybe not go through. Doesn't impact quite as much as you anticipate, but it does strike true.
Do I hear a scream?
You hear her, like, the scream is essentially his flavor, but yeah, you hear like a ah, like she doesn't like getting hit.
All right, second shot. Whoa, and that is an 18.
18 hits.
Okay. That is a 10 on the dice plus 3, another 13 piercing.
Okay.
And action surge, which gives me 2 more shots.
Okay.
Action charge.
Yeah. I actually said it right. Okay. Oh, that's gonna likely be a miss. That's a 14.
Miss.
Yeah.
So you
Okay,
shoot
and
wide.
my last shot is going to be a 19 on the dice and 6 for 25.
Hits.
And that is going to be a 6 on the dice plus 3, another 9 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then can I use acrobatics to actually sort of do a dive and roll out the window to try and minimize my damage?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics roll.
Okay. That's going to be a 19 on the dice plus, I love this dice, 22.
Yeah, I say that you take 1 point of damage from the fall as you are able to kind of fall and roll. It's just, it still was from a bit of height, so the impact did still jar you, but you managed to keep that momentum and keep the worst of it off of you.
Not quite a Wonder Woman jump, but do our best. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you had certain feats or something, you could kind of work that out. But, so that brings us to Seth. You're
So I was
outside
one of
the
the
room.
ones.
The door is open from Fudge bursting in, so you can see what happened there.
I was one of the ones that was on the fence as to what to do here, but this actually might make it a lot easier for me to decide. In my experience as an agent fighting creatures, not necessarily these things, but just other creatures, do I feel like if there's more of these creatures, it is likely that this creature would be headed back to its lair?
I would say based on your previous experiences, that would be a fair assumption.
Okay, then that's easy decision. I am not going to fight it. I am going to follow it. I will not slow my momentum from sprinting up the stairs. I will keep that dash going and dive right out of that window.
Okay.
And keep going.
Meanwhile, healers over here going, "Dear God, please healer, stop hurting yourself."
7 points of damage, bludgeoning damage from the fall, and you continue going forward, at pace with the creature. More, maybe a little bit behind because you were in the hall, so you were a little behind the others. So just a little bit behind Sybil and the creature.
If it seems like I'm going to catch up to it, I'll kind of like deliberately hang back a little bit, so it feels like a chase to this creature.
Sure. And that brings us to Fudge.
Fudge is going out the window, but he has a climbing speed of 30 feet at this point.
Okay, so you climb down. It's about 15 feet up from the window, I'd say.
Okay. And then he will...
or no, sorry, 20 feet. 20 feet up.
20 feet down, so he's got another 10 feet of movement. How far away is the creature?
The creature is about 30 feet out from the bottom of the house.
Okay.
It was almost right next to the window, so it was able to hop out immediately.
I am assuming that Muffalo can fit through the window too.
No. Muffalo will have to go back downstairs and around unless you want to use that potion right now on him and carry him with you.
How far down around would it take for him to get down and out?
It took them their full movement and their dash to get up here from where they were at downstairs. The front door, however, is more at the foot of the stairs than where the bedrooms were, where they were on their sentry. So it probably would take Muffalo, and you'd be going to the back door because that's where this creature is fleeing from. So
Muffalo
probably
has-
a full movement and a dash to get outside.
He has 40 feet of movement. So
Yeah. So
Um,
full movement and a dash to get outside.
okay.
And he'll be like forward a little bit away from the door, but so he'll be in sight of where you're at, just a little behind you, maybe.
Okay, then that's what we're doing. And then I'm gonna do. Or no, actually, I can't use my bonus. So my action will be to dash forward towards this creature. I want to get with like right next to it if I can.
Okay. Yep, you get right next to it with your dash.
Spear out, ready to go. Like, you know, if it tries to run.
Sure. That brings us to Kieran. Everyone
right,
is
so
flinging out this window.
Yeah, she's exasperated. Like, so there's a lot of things happening right now. It's nighttime outside, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Alright,
It's dark.
Okay. So this is what happens. So Kieran, like, she doesn't know why, but she knows the smarter move is to go down the stairs and not jump out the window like a jackass. But like there's something
Chase
in the
is
back of
fun.
her. There's something in the back of her head that tells her it's okay, and she doesn't understand why. And so she kind of just like, she's moving on instinct, and she literally runs to the windowsill and she steps on the ledge, and she literally steps into the night. And as she leaps from the windowsill, anyone who's like looking out the window, like the weird constellation type wings that only really happen when she, you know, does particular type of abilities appear, like just pop out of her back. And it's like watching Tinkerbell fly, like these like glowing purpley stars and moons just cascade off of them and disappear as she literally takes flight from the window. And
Beautiful.
she just is flying right towards this thing, flail and shield in hand.
Wow.
It's just
like a Valkyrie, like barreling down on something that needs to be smited.
Very cool.
And so that's a bonus action, and because she's 30 feet away, I'm gonna use my action to dash, so I'm literally flying right on top of her.
Okay. What's your fly speed? Out of curiosity.
It's equal to my walking speed.
Okay.
And that's all she can do.
Okay. So the figure, the creature, goes ahead and moves forward. So she'll take an attack of opportunity from those who are around her right now.
Cool.
okay. Assuming that's me as well.
Did I catch up with her?
You were outside the door, so you're not there. You're out. You leapt down, so you're like at the grounds, but you're not like within 5 feet of her to do an opportunity attack. I think it's just Fudge, possibly Kieran if she wants to say she dove down near it in its space. Are you within 5 feet of her? Would you say, Kieran? You have the movement to do so, but you're muted.
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 I'm like literally just like on heal.
Okay,
Like, I'm, like,
got it. So yeah,
like-
you could do attack of opportunity, Sybil and Fudge.
I rolled an 11.
That misses.
21.
That hits. Roll damage.
That's it.
And against these creatures, just make a note. Against these creatures, you're getting a +3 as the blade is glowing. And you feel
24.
this like wrathful energy coming through you, wanting to take these things down for betraying. And you just hear the word in your mind, traitor, traitor, traitors.
Okay, that makes it 24 then, and that's a
Okay.
total of 10 slashing damage.
Got it.
I rolled a 22 total.
Okay, that hits.
Ooh, nice. So that is 7, 3, 1. That's it's 8. It's 11 points total, but it's 8 points of bludgeoning and 3 points of radiant.
Got it. Thank you. She moves forward a bit ahead of you, and as she's running, she leaps up and transforms into a vulture and starts to fly off. Now, she's going to be much harder to hit in this form as she makes it to the tree line and is dodging through. But Kieran in her form, for as long as it lasts, can follow. The hunter's mark right behind. All of you guys dashing, keeping pace, following. I'm going to say I'm going to move us forward and say you guys are going to continue to follow this creature. Between the hunter's mark, I'm not going to make you guys do any kind of like survival rolls. However, Kieran, I am going to ask if you would like to take a moment to give people dark vision so that they don't have to make checks stumbling through the forest. Would your character do that?
If I have to touch them, let me just make sure. I don't think I have to touch them. Eyes of Night.
We have to be, I think, within feet.
Currently, they
Yeah,
are within. They can easily get within range.
Yeah, I have to sacrifice one dash, but yeah.
Okay. So sacrificing a dash, you know that this is needed in order for your companions to be able to follow at pace. And so you cast it so you're all able to see in the night, and all of you dash through the forest. Kieran a bit faster on wings, not being held back. Hunter's mark guiding you. And you guys travel into the forest a bit, and you make it to an area that looks a little bit familiar. The trees start to turn into there's still trees, but you start seeing more and more like fungus on the trunks of the trees and on the ground, and more of these mushrooms and fungus. And you make it to this like just fungal part of the forest, this overgrowth of these, and the air is thicker and moister and warmer here as you go into this space, this part of the forest. And you find yourself coming upon a clearing where you see this figure ahead of you makes this strange sound calling out. And coming out from behind these other larger mushrooms are two other figures, lesser than her, smaller horns closer to their heads. Different hair designs. The one with the longer horns has this long flowing black hair. You see one feminine figure dressed similarly, but adorned in these like small skull necklaces on her, and another necklace of teeth below that. And she has smaller horns and is got sort of like a spiky look to her hair. And the third figure looks a bit more crotchety, more old and jagged, and her joints all turn and twist in unnatural directions. And she's moving and skittering around on all fours in a strange way, but looks similar. More elongated teeth on this one, eyebrows more pronounced. And they all look at you. And we're going to stop there for tonight. We'll continue next game, which I believe is this Monday, right? We're going to be doing it this Monday. So we won't have to wait long, audience, to see what happens as our group of agents face off against the Night Sisters. So
creepy as hell. Love it.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. This is not the only game that we have going on the channel. We do have on Mondays as well, sort of been alternating, but normally it's every Monday is our Mass Effect game run by Zoro from E3 as a DM, which is a D&D version of BioWare's Mass Effect. It's pretty awesome and exciting, so you can check that out the following Monday. This Monday will be Chimera Collective. Tuesdays are our Destiny Forge, except for the last Tuesday of the month is Sonata, right? Or not Sonata, sorry.
Oh. Into the Wildlands.
Into the Wildlands, thank you. So you were talking about Sonata earlier and it got stuck in my head. It is Into the Wildlands, so you can look forward to that. And alternating Saturday games, we have, I think it's Wayward Wanderers this Saturday, correct, Azarin?
Yep.
DM by
Shenanigans.
Yeah, Circus Shenanigans, DM by Azarin. It's a Pathfinder campaign. What's the name of the campaign book that you guys use for it?
It's called Extinction Curse.
Extension Curse, thank you.
Extinction.
Extinction. Sorry, not extension. Extending the curse. It is, Extinction Curse. And the other Saturdays is Withered Waste by Rojan, which is sort of a post-apocalyptic in the desert craziness. And I am so tired. Is that everything? Did I get everything?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Check out our YouTube channel if you've missed any episodes, or if you're just joining us and you'd like to. Those of you who joined us tonight, you're new, please, follow us, and we'd love to see you back next time. So thank you everyone for joining us. We really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time, and hope you have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next time. Bye.